Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us for day 2 of the NMDPRA General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum. I know we're starting a few minutes late, and that's because some of us had a bit too much fun yesterday night at the Aces evening cocktail. I saw some what I will call pretty amazing performers, some singers in the house, dancers in the house. Maybe if this law thing doesn't really work out, you might want to consider channeling your inner Michael Jackson, your inner Wizkid, Two-Face, Tiwa Savage, or Thames. So thank you to everyone who joined us yesterday evening. It was truly an amazing time to see everyone let their hair down and network, meet new people, engage beyond the serious conversations, and we hope you had a great time. If you are one of the people who enjoyed yesterday night, can you just give yourselves a round of applause? Let me see the dancers, the musicians, the people who had fun. Okay, and if you're happy to be here for day 2, can you give yourself a warm, resounding round of applause? The energy is a bit weak. We're not going to start if I'm not okay with the energy. So one more time, can we all applaud ourselves for an amazing, amazing first day? Thank you very much. I'm sure the energy will pick up as the day progresses. Again, it's my privilege and honor to stand before you today as your Master of Ceremonies. My name is Isabella Adediji, and I'll be wearing several hats, accurate timekeeper. So please, if you see me come up on stage, it really means your time is up, and I wouldn't want us to drag the event. I'll also ensure that we all have a great time today, and the conversations continue after we leave this room. As is our custom, we'll begin with the national anthem. So please, can we all be on our feet as we take all 3 stanzas of the national anthem. Nigeria, we hail thee. Please, can all movements cease in the room? Please, let's stand at attention.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To our children, a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okay, you may all be seated. Good morning once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great joy to welcome you to what promises to be an engaging, interactive, and an opportunity for knowledge sharing even as we use this event to get feedback. It's a pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the NMDPRA General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum. Before we proceed, it's important we have our safety briefing. And on that note, I'd like you to give a resounding round of applause as I invite the representative of the Abuja Continental Hotel. A warm round of applause, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are welcome back to the program for the day 2. The safety moment is not going to be comprehensive like yesterday. I believe those who are attending today are the same people that have attended yesterday. But in case there are few who have joined today, I'll just do some key points of what we have discussed yesterday. Number 1, our convenience has not changed. As you go out from the main entrance, turn to the left, where the red fire extinguisher is hung. To the right-hand side is where the convenience are still located. And apart from that, just like we said yesterday, there's no plan today again for a fire drill. Therefore, the muster point still remain the same place. When you exit the main hall, turn to the left, you see the muster point with a signage where you're expected to assemble based on your group, as others also having the event today. But in case there's no way or whatsoever reason that will make us not to pass there, you still use the back of this stage, the 2 exit doors behind. There are 2 exit doors, you just manage and pass there. As soon as you go out, you turn to the left. The directional signages will take you to the alternative muster point. Then on the security aspect, I learned that there was a complaint yesterday on phone issue. So that's why we talk about remembering to take your phone in particular, because I made that emphasis. Phone should not be left unattended for whatsoever reason. That's why it's called mobile phone, we all know. Either you are going to ease yourself, tea break, or whatsoever the reason. There's no reason one should leave mobile phone. No reason, please. So we should know this, because we will not be liable for any issue that happen regarding this kind of thing, because it's a public place. We don't have something to read people's mind. We do our best. We have structure in place which we will not disclose for security reasons to checkmate some things. But it's everybody's business to do their own part when we do the main part of it. So please let us remember to take our mobile with us and some key important valuable things. More especially documents like travel documents should not be left in a bag. In case something happens, you will find yourself uncontrollable helter-skelter running because you cannot replace some of these documents. So let us be guided. So in case you have any question, please you can feel free to ask if there's anything that you need more clarification on. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. Please give him a round of applause. And just to further add, please can we just ensure that our mobile phones or laptops, electronic devices, tablets are all put on silent or vibrate mode. The last thing we'll want is for any ringtone to go off during any of our deliberations, as this event is being recorded. So let's just practice good phone etiquette. And if you do need to finish off a conversation, please excuse yourself from the room to avoid distracting other delegates. I'd like to especially appreciate the senior leadership of NMDPRA present. Please, can we stand for recognition? I know I can see our EDs here. I can see several people from the leadership team. And can we give them a resounding round of applause? This is the 3rd year this is holding, and this shows the commitment of NMDPRA to getting feedback, to working as one. And that's why it's going beyond compliance. It's about getting that certainty when it comes to regulation and also restoring and improving improving the confidence of investors in the sector. I know that applause was not for the organizers. I know it wasn't for NMDPRA. If we're going to applaud, we're going to applaud warmly and strongly. Thank you very much. So we hope this will continue. And then I'd like to appreciate all our panelists, our speakers and moderators. Can we also give them a resounding round of applause? Thank you for sharing of your expertise, for remaining committed to this industry, and to all our delegates present. I mean, we can't have an event if we don't have people who are ready to learn, who are ready to contribute, who are ready to put their own weight ahead of the solution. So please, can we give ourselves a round of applause? And we say thank you to our technical organizing partners as well for doing such an amazing job. I don't know how many of us were at the cocktail yesterday, but did we have fun? Did we have a great time? I mean, we went from having one event last year due to the passing of the past president to now having 3 events in 2 days. So a big, big thank you to Atom Energy Law Advisory. We'll be hearing from them shortly. And we also want to say thank you to everyone who has made the past day and today a success. So thank you very much. My name once again is Isabella Adediji, and it's truly my pleasure to stand before you this morning as your master of ceremonies. So without much further ado, it gives me great joy to invite for a quick recap of the day's events. Please put your hands together for the Regulatory Affairs Lead, Atom Energy Law Advisory. A warm, resounding round of applause for Fortune Toma. I won't give him the microphone till I hear the applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Executive Director, Distribution Systems, Infrastructure and Retailing Infrastructure, NMDPRA, the Authority Secretary and Legal Advisor, NMDPRA, and all members of the management of the NMDPRA. I welcome you all today. Okay. I also welcome General Counsels, learned friends, and honored guests to day 2 of our General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum. I prepared a speech, but I'll keep it as brief as possible because time, I realize, is far spent. We're behind time. Yesterday, we started this forum with a very clear question. How do we look beyond basic compliance to drive real regulatory certainty and inspire true confidence in Nigeria's petroleum sector? Over the course of the day, we did not just debate the dry text of the law. We challenged the ways we as lawyers and regulators actually interact with it. The big clear takeaway from day 1 is that simply checking a compliance box is no longer enough. Compliance keeps the lights on and protects our companies from penalties, but it is regulatory certainty, knowing exactly what the rules are, how they will be applied, and they will be applied consistently, that actually attracts investment, unlocks major projects, and secure our collective future. Our sessions yesterday were marked by a refreshing level of honesty, I have to admit. We listened to regulators and operators unpack the real-world practicalities of working under the PIA 5 years on. The Authority Secretary and Legal Advisor, during the opening presentation of the first panel, started with a direct challenge for every general counsel and legal advisor in the room. He urged us all to stop acting purely as retrospective risk managers who only look backward when something goes wrong. In today's market, lawyers have to be proactive business enablers. We need to build compliance by design, which means putting legal and regulatory thinking into very early stages of project planning, long before a single dollar is spent. At the same time, we heard how the regulator is working to shift its own identity from an enforcement agent to more of a true investment partner for every company in the oil and gas industry today. We also tackled some of the tough institutional issues head-on, specifically the operational friction and perceived overlapping mandates that have caused headaches between the NMDPRA and the NUPRC. The second panel gave us an important clarification that these disputes aren't deep legal contradictions written into the PI itself. Instead, they are evolving technical disagreements over where the boundaries sit in the value chain. And to fix this and break down these silos, both agencies are now thankfully working very collaboratively to build a single shared industry data set such that when regulators share one source of truth, we protect data integrity and significantly lighten the administrative load on operators. Industry practitioners pointed out where digital rollout still hits bumps, noting that the lack of finalized online templates, opaque approval timelines, and missing manual checklists can make it tough to give clear timelines to foreign investors. They tied into a major debate on deemed approvals for host communities during the interactive session. Thankfully, one of our sessions today is going to focus on host community issues. Finally, looking ahead, the NMDPRA shared that they are actively working on an automated oil and gas industry service portal, unique identification number system. The goal is to assign a single permanent identifier to track the complete corporate history, active licenses, and compliance records of every industry player, including consulting firms, which will drastically cut down diligence timelines for transactions. Now, onto the outlook for today. As we pivot to day 2, our focus will naturally shift from the foundational administrative issues to some more operational challenges. First, we're going to confront the baseline of our industry, of course, as Nigeria energy security, which will form the basis of our opening presentation and panel discussion. Secondly, we would have conversations around how we can unlock Nigeria's midstream potential. Moving from oil and gas would surely efficiently require a robust midstream infrastructure to take product downstream. We'll wrap up the day with open interactive questions and answer section, giving us the chance to stress test these ideas directly with our peers. I'm specifically looking forward to that session. My learned friends, distinguished executives, capital does not simply flow from natural resources. If it did, the global investment map will look entirely different today. Capital flows predictability. It flows institutional integrity. It follows, above all, certainty. Nigeria's energy future will be defined less by the sheer abundance of the hydrocarbons left in our soil and far more by the efficiency, clarity, certainty, and sophistication of the legal and regulatory frameworks that we design, defend, and execute. Let us approach today's sessions not just as listeners, but as active architects of a resilient, compliant, competitive, and truly world-class energy industry that we want. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful engagement today.
Thank you for that very brief recap and also setting the tone for today. Once again, can we give him a round of applause, Fortune Toma. There's something you said that stood out to me. Let's not just be listeners, but active architects, which means we want to hear from you. So I'm pleading that when we do open the floor for questions, that we don't hold back and then at the end start to drag. We want to have your feedback, your conversations. We want to have your questions. And there was something that was said yesterday that the world will not end if we have a conversation. So please, don't hold anything back. This is a respectful space. It's a safe space. And we really want to hear from you so that we can go beyond compliance. And again, something you said is that capital follows certainty. And that's what we want. The capital flowing into the sector because there's certainty when it comes to the regulatory. And we can only do that if we collaborate as one. So it's our shared responsibility. To set set the tone for the first of 3 panels that we'll be having today. We're going to invite someone who will present a paper in 10 minutes, and then we'll reserve 40 minutes for the conversation during the panel, 15 minutes for questions and answers, and then we wrap up with the presentation of gifts in 5 minutes. That we're out of here in due time. As mentioned, we have 3 sessions, and the first one will look at the downstream. It gives me great joy to invite our first presenter who will be speaking on energy security, understanding the issues. Please, can we give a resounding round of applause for the Executive Director, Distribution Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure, NMDPRA. Please put your hands together for Mr. O.K. Ukoha. And let's keep the applause swelling till he gets to the stage. Thank you very much, sir. I remember your presentation from last year, and I'm looking forward to it this year. Thank you.
Thank you, our moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to have you here once again this year. Let me begin by the way, Madam Moderator, did you say 30 minutes or 10 minutes? Okay, I'll take the 10 minutes as indicative timing for me. So, okay, so I have basically 10 slides I'd like to take you through. First, let me assure you that looking at the theme of this year, I'd like to assure everybody that the authority will be providing regulatory certainty as we move on. And that secondly, with the investment confidence being built, the question for us today as counsels would be, what will be our advice to our clients and our organizations on how to direct that investment? I'm hoping that I can point you to that path at the end of these 10 slides. Let me first also say that in 5 years, in a few weeks, it will be 5 years, the anniversary of the PIA. When I go through section 32 of the PIA, for those who are Christians, and I'm sure you might have an equivalent in the provision in the Quran as well, I'm sure you can easily find where Christ said, of the 10 commandments, you can encapsulate it in one. And that if you simply love your neighbor as thyself, you would have fulfilled all the rest of the commandments. And for me, going through section 32, I have come to realize in nearly 5 years that if you can ensure energy security, you would have provided growth, investment, transparency, and every other thing that section 32 provides. So, let us look at the energy security, but first, let's look at national security as a theme. How has it even evolved? Historically, we're told in thousands of years past that it was more of military security, and it was defined as territorial defense of every boundary, whether it's the small villages, big communities, and all. Again, that has evolved over the years. Currently, you even have terrorism and all, that is not territorial, but is inbound and is challenging military security. So even military security is evolving. You also have human security that deals with the fact that you have fences, CCTV in your house, because your physical well-being is very important. Over time, again, and the aspects of national security you would note is always determined by global events that happen, and people begin to redefine what national security should mean. When you had droughts in Africa, Darfur and all, the world began to talk about global food security. And from food security, a few years ago, we had the financial global meltdown, and the world economic security. Again, just 5 years ago, or a few years ago, there was first the Ebola and then the COVID. And the global view was focused on health security. Currently, with Bitcoin and all, the world is also now refocusing and repositioning itself to say, let's reprioritize on cybersecurity. And finally, with the climate issues we've been witnessing, a lot of energy was focused on environmental security, climate change, and all we have to do to reduce the emissions that undermine that. Let me just ask, before I move forward, let me just ask, will this be complete by anybody's view? Is there anything that is missing? Does anybody see any aspect of security that is missing from this? Energy security. Okay, so I think we have energy security there. Let's have a look at the past and how this energy security evolved. First, in the 18th and 19th century, we began to see industrial revolution. And the world realized, as they needed to power the manufacturing sector and the agricultural sector, that energy was in high demand. Every country was then working towards powering their industrial revolution with more energy. But it didn't really put to question until about 1907, when President Theodore Roosevelt sent off his White Fleet of 16 battleships to tour around, have a voyage around the world, 14 months voyage with about 14,000 sailors. From Virginia, they then realized in the Atlantic that they needed were powered by coal. They needed coaling stations on the way to voyage. One of the first places they laid anchor was Spain. And what happened? They, of course, evaded Spain to get coal. When they moved on to Asia, they colonized Philippines because of their coal availability. These then began to generate conflicts across the world on how not only do you secure your own energy, but how to also prevent the conflicts that will arise with third parties who will also want that. And then this was exacerbated in Germany took over from America 1930 to 1940. That is when we saw the peak in the Third Reich. And around 1941, realizing that they could no longer sustain their growth without energy, the Operation Barbarossa was set forth by the then Third Reich, and this was the invasion of Soviet Union. They failed in 41, they tried in 42, and still they didn't succeed. And that failure in 42 was what heralded the ending of the Second World War. And so, what point am I making here? Energy security continues to be defined by conflicts or collaboration. In international relations, this is a priority. And we can even see that in very recent events that have happened. But before we go to the recent events, let's just even understand what is energy security. The International Energy Agency defines energy security as the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price. Operative words for me, uninterrupted availability, sources, and price that is affordable. There are two main drivers of this. Long-term energy security. These are the investments you have to make, 20 years, 30 years, to guarantee that when you get there, you will have the sources, energy sources available. There is also the short-term energy security that allows you to make the short-term maneuvers as there are different changing dynamics, the realities change, and there are impacts. You have to have buffers to those impacts as they hit you. Next slide, please. So, in 2022, the geopolitics again began to put pressure globally on the sense of energy security. We saw when Russia invaded Ukraine. Yes, Russia was not primarily looking for energy source from Ukraine. But what happened was, again, Germany, under Angela Merkel, had considerable, very significant growth. And that growth needed to be powered by energy. And so they felt that they had had sufficient coverage by having the gas pipeline from Russia to Europe. But when Russia invaded Ukraine, the OECD countries and EU placed an embargo on Russian, which meant that Germany and European countries had no supply. So, but let me even come to 2026 with our current realities. Can I ask, who remembers the first incident this year that triggered global consideration on energy security again? Sorry? Everybody say hummus? I think that's wrong. Second try, anybody can remember? Yes, please. Sorry? Venezuela. When USA invaded Venezuela, just for one day, took their president, seized, before then they had embargoed their vessels. Again, we saw crude spike. Because Venezuela is a major producer of crude. But down the year, we didn't know that that was just a harbinger of things to come when US and Israel then invaded Iran. And the graph that we're seeing here, I apologize that this is not very clear, but if we look at the graph here, we'll see that the 2022 spike here of crude price is when the Russia-Ukraine invasion started. Then we saw a stabilization and a downward trend, and then up to this year again, peaking was with the Strait of Hormuz that we've talked about and the attack on how does that impact us in Nigeria? That's the question. When crude increases, the price of crude increases, it affects everybody globally because the price is benchmarked globally and supply is impaired. With the Strait of Hormuz, we could see that over 20% of supplies were impacted. And there was another lesson learned from the Strait of Hormuz issue. It wasn't just about the supplies. It was more of even the freights, the logistics, because vessels were then impaired, freights, international freights went up, and vessels that were stuck in that strait could not evacuate to do their round trips and all. And that redefined the various issues on energy security. Again, Valentine, I don't know if this barcode is readable from here. We use this opportunity sometimes to also get feedbacks that can help us. I'd like for everybody to, if you can scan this barcode and answer the question for us, it will show real time what everybody is answering there. We're asking you to say, of the four pillars of energy security, availability, can you scan it? Affordability, sustainability. Which one do you think Nigeria should prioritize now? As you vote, it will show real time. If you can scan that. The barcode is not going through. Oof. This is a projection issue now. You can call out what? The link? How do you do that? Let's see. It has picked. Okay, so can you steady this? Okay, thank you. It's speaking, yeah. Can we pick that and vote? Of the four drivers of energy security, which one do you reckon we should prioritize in Nigeria? This is just as a feedback loop for all of us. If we've all finished scanning, can you then show us the results as they're voting? Assuming just 1 more minute, let everybody scan, and then you show us the results. So we're bringing the essence of energy security nearer home. As a feedback, we're over 50 here. Let's see what you think we should prioritize in the four drivers: affordability, availability, accessibility, or sustainability. So can we have the results? Ooh, wow. So from what I'm seeing, 31% say sustainability. The numbers, people are still voting. The numbers are changing, yeah? So far, sustainability is 34%, affordability is 31%. Wow, accessibility, 12%. So let me give a little background to this. Let's look at the different products. Electricity, Sub-Saharan Africa has about less than 50% access to electricity. Is the problem accessibility or affordability? Accessibility. In terms of LPG consumption currently, Nigeria has one of the lowest per capita consumption of about 7 kg in Africa. Most countries are having, I think, upwards of, is it 30 kg or thereabouts? Is it a question of affordability or accessibility? So let me ask, Madam, do we have a second mic, please? Is there anybody who voted 34%? Because there's no right or wrong this thing. This is just educative for us. Anybody who voted sustainability, can you explain to us why? A mic for the gentleman. Madam, a mic for the gentleman in the central. Yes. Why sustainability?
I opted for sustainability because it is not enough for you to have a product that is available. What is important is that that product, is that the pricing and the structure for that availability becomes sustained all through the economy. That's the idea.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody for the lowest one, accessibility, 12%? Again, another gentleman over there. Maybe it's affordability that the ladies will speak to us about. Yes, sir.
So I voted for accessibility because we have to first have the energy before we talk about sustaining it and all that. And like you said, we are like the lowest consumers of energy. So while there is the clamor for climate change and all that, we in this part of the world need to first explore and get enough of it before we can say we are now branching into all the other sustainable,
Thank you very much. That point of reset was made by the Ukraine war. Prior to Ukraine war, the world was moving, there was a global movement to sustainability. But with the war, everybody started talking about accessibility. No matter how you get the source, let's have it. Let's be connected before you now begin to tell us about sustainability issues. And finally, affordability. Anybody has anything to say about that? Yes. Why gentlemen?
In a sense, energy is available, it's accessible. The problem, if you ask me, is can it be afforded? Is it affordable to those who really need it? And maybe the people are not in this room, and I voted not necessarily considering the people in this room. Everybody can buy, if everyone could, they would have solar panels in their homes, and there will be energy for everybody, but it's just a question of money. And so I think affordability is also a key thing to consider.
So the old woman, the grandmother in the village cooking with firewood, it's a question of affordability, not accessibility. Okay, so we'll rest that debate there, and we'll just move on closer with a few more slides. Let's focus more on Nigeria. Again, I have to apologize, but I don't know if I'm the one that should be apologizing the quality of the screens. This is a global energy mix for the whole world. The blue speaks to oil, I suppose, globally, which has the highest market share of the mix. You can see coal has 26% globally, and renewables 23, renewables 12, natural gas 23%, and then you have the, is that solar power at 4%. Let's reflect on the Nigerian equivalent here. So in Nigeria, you still have the oil. The oil, petroleum oil, still has about 30-something %. But the biomass, which is the wood and coal, is the highest market share you have there. Gas is still very minimal. And then the hydro, the dams and all, giving us the lowest 5%. So that's Nigeria, the energy mix here currently. Let's see the next slide and bring these facts home. Okay. So what are the solutions? There's a problem currently to guarantee our energy security. I'm going to speak about 3 things we need to do. And saying the councils here have a role to guide their organizations to place investment at the right place. So, first suggestion I'm going to make to everybody is that the authority moving forward will be focusing on backward integration. Section 317 of the PIA already mandates us to have a backward integration policy for the downstream. What does that mean? A lot of people come to ask us questions, what does backward integration mean? If you look at this map, you will see that we produce crude and gas. We export raw crude out to Europe, to Asia, and to America. And then we reintroduce them as refined products. What it means is that the value chain that should from upstream simply goes to Europe and comes back to the downstream. There is no midstream. Up until the PIA was created, there was no midstream. Now we're insisting that we must develop the midstream. That's where the growth potentials are. That is where the revenue, the employment, and the production that we need are, in refining crude and in processing crude. Let me ask, for instance, Ada, in the authority, we are named Nigerian Midstream and Downstream. In NMPC, what's the structure of your organogram? You have the EVP upstream, and you have the EVP downstream. They are yet to adjust to that outlook to have a midstream. Your midstream is subsumed in your downstream. Yes, your EVP downstream is the one that supervises refineries. Am I wrong? Thank you very much. And your EVP gas deals with the gas processing plants. But we're saying that we need to refocus on the midstream. That's one of the high points of the PIA. We need to develop the midstream. And so, for the regulator, we're going to be beaming our light on that midstream. We're going to be, our regulation, a game changer for Nigeria. Imagine during this war, if there was no Dangote refinery, we wouldn't have had any buffer at all. And that is why the authority takes very serious its relationship with the refinery. We have, it is not spoken as always, but we have more than 10, 20, 15, about 12 staff deployed there permanently, hand-holding them to ensure that they meet their completion at the right stage. That's the most strategic investment that's been made in West Africa in the last 10 years. Indeed, prior to that, for this industry, it was LNG. And now you have the refinery. We want more of those. We want to have more energy sources. The modular refineries that are still pending in their development, we insist that they must begin to operationalize as we go on. So backward integration is number one solution that guarantees us energy security. Number two is our transition to gas. We need to move that pie chart to begin to expand the gas offtake. Yes, currently we're experiencing speculative pricing in the energy, but if you notice that the last few weeks that the especially with the Minister of Gas, we are seeing a downward trend in that. There's a lot of investment opportunity in the gas space. It is not only cleaner, it is cheaper. And it is, it gives you more energy than the dirtier fuel that you find. And so we're looking, there's sufficient and reliable upstream gas, the reserves, where the Upstream Commission is pushing for expansion of production so that supply is guaranteed. We also need investments in the transportation and distribution infrastructure. recently, last year, the authority issued 10 GDLs so that we can take that gas distribution even to the last mile. And finally, tariffs are also meant to become very affordable. As we grow the gas space, we want to see a downward trend in the consumption of the daitier liquid fuel. Next slide, and this is the last intervention the authority is looking to make to stabilize energy security. The national strategic stock. The authority, the PIA, provides for a national strategic stock as a buffer to when supply is impaired. When there's a tightness in supply, in every country, you release a little bit of this to stabilize supply, but also price. During the peak of the Iran war, 2 interventions were made. OPEC increased production quota in certain countries. But more importantly, the IEA mandated member countries to release certain volumes from their strategic stock. Now, Nigeria, we have excess capacity in storage. Again, this is where we're looking to partner with NMPC. Because across the country, not just the coastal private depots that we have, not just the refineries that are dotted around the coast, but the greater priority will be the storage and securing of those storages up country. Because what many people do not realize is that if, for instance, there's flooding in Lokoja, 2 days, Abuja and up country will be dry. And yet, you have storage here that is redundant in Suleja. If you go to the Kaduna refinery, their depot, with over 100 loading arms, no molecule there. And so the authority we have our regulations in place, we have developed our framework, and we will be looking to partner with other critical stakeholders to see that we operationalize the national strategic stock at the earliest opportunity. So those are the 3 interventions I have come to recommend to you today, that to ensure energy security in Nigeria, we must invest in, 1, I talked about transition gas, national strategic stock, and also the backward integration. This is what I would urge all general councils. As you go back, please advise your council, your different organizations, that strategic investment is not just growth, it's the blueprint for Nigeria's energy security. On that note, I'd like to end here. Thank you very much. 10 minutes.
Sir, you said that was 10 minutes. I'm not sure if it's the same clock that we're using, but that was a very robust and comprehensive presentation, and I don't think the applause really did justice to that. So can we just applaud him once again? Thank you. This has truly set the tone for what promises to be very engaging, interactive, and full of a lot of nuggets. And I love the interactivity already. So we only have 40 minutes for the conversation on stage. And right after that, we'll have 15 minutes for questions and answers and 5 minutes to wrap up with the presentation of gifts. So I'd like to call on the moderator for the first session of day 2. Please put your hands together for Dr. Emeka Akabogo-san. He is from senior partner. He's a senior partner at Akabogo and Associates. I don't know if the applause was starting or concluding, but if we're going to applaud, let's do it well. Once again, Dr. Emeka Akabogo-san, senior partner, Akabogo and Associates, our very able moderator. Our first panelist needs no introduction, as he did such an amazing job. I'm hoping he'll come back, because I just saw him step out. That's Mr. O.K. Okoha, Executive Director, Distribution Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure, NMDPRA. I'm sure we'll get him to join this conversation. We're also joined by the General Manager, GRC, NNPC Retail Limited. A warm round of applause for Adeze Nwakobi. Please put your hands together for her. Also joining this conversation is the Executive Director Commercial, AYM Shafa Limited, Hafsat M. Amborsa. A warm round of applause, please. Please, let's keep the applaud going till she gets to the stage. And finally, we have the General Counsel, Eterna PLC. A warm round of applause for David Edet. Let's keep the applause going. I'm really excited to see two women on this panel. I know yesterday I only saw a woman per panel, and I kept wondering, where are the women in oil and gas? But I see we're here and ably represented. And to all the women, please, when these invitations come, please do accept them, because people are watching and you are inspiring more people to join the industry. So hopefully Mr. Oke Okoha will be able to join us. Maybe he stepped out for an interview. And we can already start with the panel. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much, the MC, for a very nice introduction. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We have had the tone for this panel very ably set. And I must say that Mr. Okoha has been very elaborate in his description. He's given us a vivid historical underpinning to the concept of energy security. And in doing that, he has also shown us really why we've missed him in the last few months. So please, let's give him a round of applause once again. Unfortunately, he just informed me before he stepped out that he will not be part of this panel, as he has been called to an assignment now. So I do not know if we will have, it is useful to have an NMDPRA representation on this panel. I do not know if that'll be possible. We'll start, but it's very, very useful to have an NMDPRA representation. But as we sort that out, we'll go straight into the substance of the session. Because Ms. Uko has given us an important framework, and I'm sure there are useful questions which the audience will have. However, the session we're dealing with is on energy security. And to the extent of the substance, okay, go ahead, yeah.
Okay, we can hear me now. Yes, we do have representation, so it gives me great joy to welcome Engineer Cardoso. Please, a warm round of applause. Director, Distribution Systems. Please keep the applause going. And thank you, sir, for obliging us at short notice. We look forward to your impactful contributions.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Engineer Cardoso, for joining us at very short notice. So our discussion this morning will be significantly participatory, and we will just have a few moments to engage with the panelists. And we'll start by, first of all, setting the scene by indicating that energy security, within the context of our discussions in Nigeria, really is represented by a range of the things that have been spoken to by Mr. Okoha. It's important in that concept to interrogate the subject of availability of petroleum products. 1 minute summary of your understanding of the subject of energy security. So let's start from you, at Delby for NMPC. Nadia, sorry. Yeah.
For me, can you hear me? Thank you. For me, energy security essentially speaks to stable supply of products. It speaks to availability of the products to the Nigerians, so at the pump, gas availability in the kitchen, energy at the factory floor. It speaks to having that at an affordable price and in a sustainable way that anytime anybody wants to engage or get energy, they have it available. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's quite straightforward. Hafsat, what's your understanding?
For me, I would say energy security can either be won or lost in the supply chain. It's one thing to have the product available, and it's another thing to have a resilient and efficient logistics system that gets that product to the consumer. Having the product available and not getting it to the consumer at the time the consumer requires it efficiently, which will now ensure that it gets to the consumer at the right price, is key. And that is how we can win energy security. Thank you.
Thank you. I won't bother the authority right now on that, given that Bisuko has made that presentation, but I'll be coming to you on the more substantial questions shortly. So I'll go quickly to David.
Hello? Hello? Okay, so I'll just go on. I mean, a lot has been said about what energy security is, so I won't, like to overflow it. But the key thing I would say is that, one, it has to be reliable, right? It has to be unrestricted. And then it must be affordable for households. It means that everybody within the spectrum, you're not looking at just the affordability for the rich or the affordability for those who actually have money. You're looking at everybody, right? Whether it's the market woman, whether it's the, anyone in the village. And then, of course, that same unrestricted and reliable energy for industries, right? To power industries, to power growth. So that's generally, my definition of what energy security is.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So let's dive a bit deeper into the subject. Now, I'd like to ask you, Adeze, with regard to the more specific, you play a very important role at NMPC Retail. And given what we have seen in the past few months with regard to the interplay between markets, consumers, and to an extent, the regulators, what is your perspective from a national retailer point of view? Okay, what's your perspective and experience relating to energy security, and how different is it from the point of view that the regulator may see it?
Okay, thank you, Emeka. Very interesting question. I'll start by saying that the regulator sees policy from 30,000 feet. They have a helicopter view. They are addressing actual supply availability. They're addressing the macroeconomics, the numbers. For us at NMPC, we have over 1,000 stations. So our problems, or what we see, is the day-to-day reality of getting fuel to the last mile. So we're more concerned around the truck come into the station. Do our depots have products? The station manager, does he have enough working capital to engage in terms of policy, defining policy for the supply chain, right? Because having products with the supply depot and having products in the refinery without, first of all, ensuring that the pipeline, for instance, the pipeline that will get the product to wherever, it's in order, or that the trucks that you would use to convey the products from refinery or depot to the retail station, or indeed the working capital that the dealer needs to sustainably run the station is in place. If that structure or if that framework is not conducive to support the midstream infrastructure, having availability of products does not necessarily translate to energy security for the Nigerian public. So in essence, what I'm saying is that in as much as we're putting in efforts to support the importation availability, in-country availability, there needs to be a lot of effort also in warehousing and ensuring that there's financing framework or structure that supports the midstream, not the midstream in the sense of the way the director spoke, but there is a downstream midstream that needs to be supported to ensure that the last mile, the Nigerian a person who is in Kaduna actually has energy when they need it and how they need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to be coming back to you shortly for you to tell us what your thoughts are on how that deficit can be plugged. Engineer Cardoso, just, we listened to Ms. Ukowa's presentation. He paints a positive picture for the future, right? But let's deal with, a realistic picture of what we have on ground now. What do you think are the biggest threats to energy security for Nigeria today?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The biggest threat to energy security, I would say, mostly is infrastructure, number one. We are looking at the transition energy mix, which is gas. And if you look at what's on ground right now, the infrastructure to make that available is really lacking. You will bear with me that the federal government, since last year, wanted to move into the CNG space, and what is hindering the progress of that is majorly infrastructure deficiency. In the gas space, a lot of infrastructure deficiency, and if you also look at in the liquid side as well, we mostly depend on trucking of our product from one end to the other. If you have a pipeline in space, that will ease the logistic movement. So I would say majorly is infrastructure that is a major hindrance to energy security. Availability of the product is not really much of an issue. If, from what the executive director said, you can see that Dangote refinery is doing quite well. I can attest to the fact that in the month of May, most of the products supplied to the country, about 88% was from Dangote. But you will still find out that moving the product around is also an issue. So there is availability of product, and majorly, I think infrastructure will be a major factor of distributing product around. He also mentioned the fact that we are going into national strategy stuff, and why are we partnering NMPC is the fact that they have infrastructure that are moribund that we need to fix. So I think that's for Nigeria, we need to do more in terms of infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, that's very useful insight. And then that leads me to you, Hafsat. You were a commercial cap, and Engineer Cardoso has highlighted an infrastructure deficit, which for me equally presents an important opportunity. So for the investors and those who are interested, what do you think are the commercial concerns that may impact readiness to put down the investment that will be required to fix these deficits?
Okay. So, okay, generally, private capital requires long-term assurance of returns on investments. And that can only be achieved by having a sound regulatory framework that guides the industry. And assurance that such regulatory provisions would be abided by, would be adhered to in the long term, and that certain disruptions would not come and offset such investments. So that assurance, that confidence in the legal framework guiding the industry is key to encourage that investment. Also, access to finance. Operating in the downstream sector, we all know, is highly capital intensive. Today, just to fund a 20 KT vessel, product cost only is above 30 billion. Talk more of the shipping costs and every other thing that comes with it. Storage costs, logistics costs. He spoke about, Engineer Cardoso spoke about infrastructure deficit, which we have in pipeline. Today, we are dependent on ground logistics, road logistics, and transporting the product from the coastal area to the hinterland. That is highly capital intensive. Before now, a truck would cost you maybe 15, 20 million. Today, how much would it cost you to buy one truck and put it on the road? So basically, that certainty is key. Access to finance is key at an affordable cost, I would say. And also talking about the national reserve. To build that reserve comes with certain costs. How are marketers going to fund that cost also? And when we have huge finance costs, high interest rates, exchange rate volatility, it impacts on the landing cost, it impacts on the cost of the product in the hand of the marketer. You find marketers rushing to offset and reduce that inventory. And when we reduce that inventory, it ultimately affects our energy security, because we need to have some day sufficiency in our tanks in order to be able to see where energy is sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, very useful insights. That takes me to you, David. You know, she's highlighted what those broad commercial challenges are. I'd like you to speak a bit from a more legal point of view with regard to legal risks which threaten investment confidence, so that, you know, we want to be able to have a wholesome discussion where we are positive, but at the same time, we are able to point to areas for more action.
Okay, so I would like to pinpoint the legal risk to three main points. First, we'll look at it from the regulatory, point of view, and then you look at it from the fiscal and contractual point of view, and of course, the enforcement point of view. So I'll start off with the regulatory, issues around that. I mean, when an investor wants to come into any nation, it does its due diligence. Part of the things it looks at is what's the regulatory framework guiding my investment, right? I want to bring in, millions of dollars into this country. What's the regulator saying? So what are those laws and frameworks around that? And so they're looking at the certainty in regulation. Very, very important. The certainty in regulation, right? Hopefully we bring in this money and there is no, what's it called now? Change in regulation, or, the cost of complying with that regulation becomes very onerous, and all of that. So I'll give you a typical example, right? I mean, we are a downstream player, right? And as an example, you have you have to get import permit, right? The license and all of that, for you to bring in petroleum products into the country. And so you're dealing with the fact that I've seen that in practice very quite recently.
Tell us.
So I mean, there was one I saw. It said something around a system glitch, right? I mean, that's so. If you contracted in the millions of dollars, right, and then the very foundation, as an example, for that entire contract, which is the fact that you can import the product, is truncated, then of course nothing works. Not just would you have, I mean, it's not even an issue of just a trust issue with the supplier. But of course, you're going into serious issues contractually. Are you going to declare force majeure? Are you going to say the contract is frustrated? I mean, there's a lot of, and this, brings up issues because of course, the supplier will ask for claims. So, I mean, there's a lot of that from the regulatory point of view. So, certainty is very, very important. The second is the physical and the contractual stability. You see, there's a reason why we have an organization called ICSID, the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. It's because there was a time where, investors are going into a country, and then, sometimes the host nation gets into a contract with them, and maybe there's a change in government. And after 2 years, you've invested a lot of money, you've invested resources, and then a change of government comes in, or there's a change, whatever change, even if it's not even the government, even if it's an agency, and then they say, look, we can't continue with you. If you check ICSID caseload, generally, as an example, you realize that a lot of the disputes are with African states, because that's what you see, generally. And so an investor is looking at, if I come into a country and invest, 2027 is here. If I come in, bring all the money, if there's a change in government, as an example, what happens to that investment? That's also something. So we need to look at the fact that we need to be able to tell investors that, look, when you're coming, whether there is a change in government or not, whether there is a change in policy or not, if we are going into a contract with you to supply this, to do this, that stands. That gives them assurance. And then, even if there is an issue, how do we enforce? That's the third leg. The enforcement is now a problem, right? I mean, that was really discussed yesterday. I have a background in disputes before I went in-house. So I did a lot of international disputes, ICSID, LCI, and all of that. And when you look at why parties, for instance, would pick London as a seat, it's this kind of issues. The ability to quickly enforce your contracts in Nigeria and move on. But what you see a lot of times is that, of course, which is generally what it is, the delays in courts and all of the other issues. And so this also is what an investor would look at. There's a reason why Singapore is a preferred hub. Singapore currently is a preferred hub for, as an example, arbitration, right? There's a reason for that, because investors know that if they go there, they do business there, and there's an issue, they can enforce their contracts quickly and get it resolved. So these are just, I mean, there are a lot more, but I mean, I will try to, like I said, I pinpoint this into these three main points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A very quick follow-up question, if you can answer in 1 minute. Given the kind of challenges or legal risks which we've highlighted, what would you suggest should be a framework for avoiding that or dealing with that going forward?
Okay, so I'll give one, particularly, let's look at the contract stability as an example. So if a government agency, or even, either the national government, the federal government or the state government has a project, in the energy space, right? And then is bringing in a contractor. That project for which it's contracting for shouldn't be tied to the government, as it were, who is in power. It should be tied to a framework of continuity, right? That gives the investor confidence. So it's not, because you see, I mean, and it's clear, right? If the investor comes in, right, he should know that it's not which government is in power that is the issue. Is that there is an institution for which, will follow through with that project up till its completion, right? As an, if you look at it, take for instance, right, maybe a state government wants to build something, right? That particular project is tied to a government agency. So it outlives the government in power, as an example. And so that agency is tasked with the responsibility of completing the project, because it's the citizens that ultimately benefit. The investor makes money, the country makes money and all of that. So ultimately the agency is tasked with that responsibility to get through with that contract, irrespective of even if there's a change in government.
Okay, thank you very much. So the discussion is getting interesting, and Adeze, I'll come to you. Now following through on the scenario which she has set, which presents a legal risk. So in your role as a general counsel, and for any other person in the audience here, I mean, what would you think should be an approach? So,
Okay, thank you, Emeka. I think that in the context of energy security, any GC who purely looks at what they do now as legal is sort of running behind the curveball, because where you sit as a GC, there's an intersection between law, commercial strategy, regulatory engagement, and to a large extent, risk management. So as a GC, this type of forum, when it comes to regulatory shaping, this type of forum, the regulator puts out the policy. The regulator knows what they know, not from a practitioner point of view, but you're the person in-house who understands what's going on, who understands how what you're doing is affected by the policy that is put in place. So one of the first things I think we should be doing as GCs is to be at the forefront of engaging people like NMDPRA, DPR, in terms of what the policies are, how they affect us, how they can be better, how they can be sharpened, to ensure that we have a more efficient industry that is working. Secondly, from a commercial point of view, we sit on top of contracts, the supply contracts, we sit on top of the offtake agreements. Not only are we ensuring that in those contracts, the way we do the risk allocation is somewhat something that ensures that your supply chain is not under duress, but you also must insist that you're in the room when the negotiations are happening, and you're just not a rubber stamp at the end of the transaction. And then the last thing is, I think, being governance conscience. You're the conscience, so to speak, of the company, especially in the industry that we run. We have very razor-thin margins, so the pressure to compromise or cut corners in terms of quality, safety, compliance is very big. So as the GC, I think that one of the things we need to help the companies we work for is to build a culture of integrity and ensure that whatever it is we are doing, the supply chain is compliant.
This interaction. So I'll just have one more wave with you, Hafsat.
Okay.
Now, you know, from a market operator perspective, what's your assessment of market competition environment since the PIA? And any suggestions you have relating to reviews, as the case may be?
Okay, as marketer, I would say the PIA has brought on competition. It has opened up the market, and it has helped marketers to develop resilient operations system within their companies. Also, I would say that the competition has also brought on board operational efficiency in the market. It has also allowed us to have various sources of supply, which is important in ensuring we achieve energy security. That cannot be achieved with only one source. Under the subsidy regime, we saw the government creating a shield for the consumer. It shielded the consumer from the global market volatility. However, it put huge pressure on our fiscal funds, which government could not sustain. And once there was disruption in repayments and all, we saw shortages in supply and all. But with deregulation now, there's efficient supply. We have seen that. In fact, yesterday it was mentioned, I think either the minister or Ace mentioned that we've gone through how many Christmases now without supply shortages, which was the norm way back then. However, in terms of aspects of the PIA that require review, I would say that the PIA creates the legal framework for the industry, but has not, to a certain extent, protected the consumer. How do you avoid unnecessary profiteering, right? How has the NMDPRA also protected the marketer from various charges that come up from other government agencies also? It is said that the PIA guides our industry, right? But we've seen in recent times where other government agencies have come up with certain frivolous charges. Sometimes the charges are even more than the margin which you, the marketer, are making directly in the industry. How then do you pay such fees? So I think there needs to be a review in that aspect where it is clearly stated that whatever is provided in the PIA guides the industry, and there should be limited interference from other government agencies. Rather, everything should be directed to the NMDPRA. Thank you.
Okay, great. Engineer Cardoso, I think that's a good place for you to come in, based on the last comments that she has made. So we have a deregulated, if I may call it, liberalized market now, but do you see any place for the regulator to achieve a balance between letting market forces play out and intervening for national energy security purposes?
Yeah, thank you. We've always done that, and I can cite 2 examples. You allow market forces to determine what is happening in the market, but when you see that things are not going the way it's supposed to be, you are supposed to make reasonable margin based on the cost-reflective activity that you are doing. But if you see the example of what happened recently with the ATK, aviation fuel, we have to wade in, and we call the stakeholders together. The meeting alone, the following day to the meeting we had with the marketers, you can see prices started dropping without much effort. You can also see what happened in the gas space recently. Price of gas started skyrocketing. The minister called the forum. Within 2 days, without doing anything, the prices started coming down. So at every point in time, when we see this kind of thing, we call stakeholder meeting, we address the issue. Normally we go with a template. This is the template. Show us where we have the problem, and we'll resolve it. So that is the kind of thing that we do once in a while to intervene in the market.
Excellent. So the regulator is doing an excellent job as it is. Yes. Well, that's great for you to say, but I'm sure the audience will have something to say about that. So I'd like us to have a good interaction with the audience at this point. We have just 7 minutes remaining. But before I take any questions, by a show of hands, just by a show of hands, I'd like to know, I want to pose a question. Is Nigeria more energy secure today than it was 3 years ago? Do you think Nigeria is more energy secure today than it was 3 years ago? Yes? Show of hands. No? Show of hands. No. So on the right. In fact, all the questions appear to be on the right. Okay, 1 on the left. So we may take 4 questions. Can we take 4 questions? Okay, good. So I think I see Mr. Adewale, the gentleman in the fila.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to NMDPRA for this forum. Mine is not actually a question, but a contribution leveraged on the presentation from Mr. Okoha and Engineer Cardoso.
Could you introduce yourself, please, for the benefit of the audience?
You already did. The man in fila, Mr. Adewale. My name is Olufemi Adewale. I'm the Executive Secretary of Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN. I have 2 of my principals seated there, so they're the ones paying my salary. Good. The point is this. We had the privilege of making a small presentation recently, and talking about energy security, the focus, one of the key points which we made was that we have NNPC depots unutilized, lying moribund. I think it might not really be a low-hanging fruit because of the costs of rehabilitating the pipelines. But I want to believe that it will be easier, or because it is government, so to say, it should be easier for government to reactivate these depots through the rehabilitation of the pipelines and make them the first point of the strategic storage for energy security for the country. If my memory serves me right, America has 180 days fuel supply as reserve in full war situation, in what they term as Dev 1 full war situation. We have the depots there lying moribund. I want NMDPRA to work with, NMDPRA is government, but I want them to work with whatever agencies they need to ensure these depots and pipelines are reactivated as the first line of the strategic energy security for the country. That's number one. Number two is, I used to work for a company that was loading fuel from Lagos to Maiduguri, and that was African Petroleum. We can reduce the pressure on our roads by adopting rail. I went to my home state, Ekiti, some time ago. I did the recording and I sent it to the ears of Mehman. Within the space of 12 minutes, I counted 180 fuel-laden trucks moving on the roads to the north. This is a pressure that we can save our roads, our infrastructure, by ensuring the rail aspect is brought up. That's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. 3 more questions. Okay, the gentleman directly behind him. Yes. And then later on, the gentleman at the back.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abeke Nikiomari from FCCPC. It's one thing for energy to be sufficient, for us to have accessible energy. It's another thing for the energy to be qualitative too. I remember I heard just once the issue of quality products being mentioned on the platform in the course of the discussion. Consumers pay for these products. How do we ensure that consumers actually get value for the products they eventually pay for?
Okay, there's a gentleman at the back. After him, we come to the middle. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Ijezie Ezana, Nembe Exploration and Production Company Limited. When Mr. Okoha was making his presentation, I was one of those that voted for affordability. And in the course of the same presentation, he made a very critical observation that of the need for us to wrest the midstream participation from the European, Asian, and American participants. So when Dangote refinery came on board to play in that midstream sector or that midstream value chain, we all hailed it as something that will make products affordable. But what we are seeing today is that the products are not affordable. Yesterday, I think I bought 1,334 naira per liter in an NMPC filling station. So after Dangote came, we started hearing that Dangote could not find crude to refine. And he has to recourse to the international market to import. And we all know that crude is already benchmarked in dollars. So if he imports in dollars, for the top line and bottom line of his business to make sense to him, he has to, after refining, he has to price the exchange rate and all the vicissitudes of buying in dollars into that business to sell to us. So my question is this. Knowing or understanding that for upstream players, their products are already either off-taken or forward sold. How are we going to make crude available to Dangote to refine so that products can be affordable? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lady in the middle row at the back that was raising her hand. Yes, the lady in blue.
Good afternoon. Marianne Okereke from Trade Grid. I wanted to redirect Engineer Cardoso to what the GM NMPC Retail asked about. She asked about the infrastructure incentives and working capital solutions for the dealers. I want to know if the NMDPRA is thinking about it. Because earlier he had mentioned that they called certain stakeholders into a forum and without doing anything, some things changed. We want to know if these things would be codified, put into a guidelines, things that would help independent marketers or dealers to access finance or supply financing for their businesses.
Okay, thank you very much. Last question. Okay, right there, the gentleman in the middle, yes.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Gerald. I am the initiator for Nigerian School Eco Club. So my comments this afternoon and question may deviate a bit, but I think it's important. So I thank you for all you do to keep us safe energy-wise. But however, I feel that compliance also has to do with ESG. How are you connected with the grassroots in your profit making? Because we come here with suit and ties and talk about how to profiteer from the community, take. Yet, the children that we have in these communities who we teach energy security, climate change, environment, how are you connected? Because they want to do some event annually, and we write to DPR, NMPC. You know what they do? Your letters are never found anywhere, and the authorities dumped somewhere. So how are you connecting when we are looking at energy security, connecting with the grassroots, the children who happen to be the future leaders of tomorrow?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the questions. We request, we'll have, our time is up yet, but excellent. Okay, thank you very much. So, very quickly, we'll take the questions. There are 4 questions and interventions. I'll come to the regulator last, but an important question was related to quality of the deliverables from the marketers. And I think I'd give each of us an opportunity to respond to that because it speaks directly to what the operators are responsible for. So starting with you, David.
Okay, so I mean, quality control. I wouldn't say I'm not in that department, definitely, to know how it goes for Etana. But what I do know is that firstly, the regulator sets the standards on the specification of the products. And that standard is clear. And so it then becomes important that we follow through that standard. And of course, they also enforce those standards. That is one. 2, on our own end, I know that we, at the depot, we are very, we put in what's it called now, strategies to ensure that our products at the storage depots, right, are not adulterated. They're not mixed. There are no issues that would affect its quality and standard. That's very clear. And so even for me as a lawyer, from a risk perspective, I make sure that our throughput agreements are very clear on that. We're very clear. Your storage depot, if we are going to throughput with you, we're going to store our products with you, the storage depots have to be clean, they have to be contamination-free, they have to, such that you don't, maybe there was base oil before and then you go and put PMS into that same tank or something like that, you know. So, we put that in place. And then, the most important place anyway is when it finally gets to the retail outlets, right? Sometimes a lot of things go into that mix. So we put in those quality controls, right? Very important. Like I said, I may not be able to give you all of that because, that's probably an operational question. But I know that in the meetings I attend, right, where we discuss all of this, those processes are there to ensure that once the PMS or AG or whatever is dispensed, what you get value for is actually quality. Yeah. But just to reiterate, it all boils down to the regulator and how enforcement, that's the key thing, right? Everybody wants to profit. Some people want to cut corners. So it's how decisive the regulator is, right, that is important. So, there are other strategies. For instance, I know that there was a time, maybe they still do it now, I'm not sure, but where NMDPRA goes to stations to inspect, maybe there's a field team that goes out to check quality, to check control, and all of that. For a downstream player, you also want to have a good brand reputation. It's important. You don't want people to say, oh, if I buy petrol at X station or Y station, there is usually actually a bad product or something of that nature, or maybe I get less value for what I purchase. So even at that, from a brand perspective, we look at it and say, look, we have a brand to protect. So all our internal control systems, our quality checks has to be done. If it means taking those products to the lab for testing, if it means ensuring that wherever we store them is clean and contamination free, we do that just to make sure that the products that the consumers are paying for, because it's hard-earned money. Nobody wants to pay for something and get less of the quality of what they pay for. Okay. So that's sort of what we do. I don't know if my colleague has, because she's an operations woman, so she'll probably.
Yes, I'll come to that shortly. So I mean, NMPC probably has the highest network of retail stations around. So you have something to say on that.
Okay, thank you. I think for us it's culture. We're very clear that we're a customer-focused organization. So building the culture of quality assurance is very key. A lot of money is invested in HSC in ensuring the quality we receive is the right quality. The quality we transmit through our midstream, that's the trucking system, is the right quality. The quality at the retail station is the right quality, but most especially the people who work in the company understanding and working towards sustaining that culture of quality, because ultimately the station footprint is a testament to what it is you give to the customer. When you say you're selling 1 liter for 1 liter, you're selling 1 liter for 1 liter. When you come into our station, you're sure that you're getting the quality that you've paid for. But it's in addition to what you said about the regulator, we take it very seriously, that we support whatever the regulator is doing by ensuring that we are selling what we say we sell, and we're selling what is purchased, that is the SON certified product quality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Hafsat, you may want to make any comments on that.
So, yes, a lot has been said. Okay, a lot has been said already on this, and the gentleman, I think, specifically made mention to getting value for what the customer is buying, right? And getting value for that is all has to do with ensuring that a liter is a liter. On a daily basis in our retail outlets, we ensure that pump integrity tests are carried out. Zero tolerance for anything other than dispensing a liter as a liter. So I think sanctions that are being imposed by NMDPRA, because NMDPRA carries out regular checks and they impose sanctions, they seal stations where they carry out pump integrity tests and they discover otherwise. So the same reflects in our own system. A lot of us marketers, especially in Shafa, we have designed our systems and processes to mirror what the regulatory agency requires. And that is key. For us, pump integrity, reliability, we're customer focused, and these are terms based on which we have designed our core values in the company. So zero tolerance and sanctions being imposed where you discover otherwise. So with that, we ensure that the customer gets value for what he purchases. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So obviously, all our marketers are doing an excellent job of ensuring that there's great quality and the quantity is right. So where then is the problem coming from? Engineer Cardoso, could you assist us with regard to that? And then, of course, the questions which were targeted at you. One is the question of what steps will you take to reactivate moribund depots across the country for the strategic stocks? And the other is, how will you ensure crude oil is made more available to the Dangote refinery and other refineries? And then, of course, how can interventions which you have made reference to be codified to even avoid these challenges arising?
Thank you. In terms of getting value for what you paid for, that is part of our core mandate to ensure that stations are not under dispensing, number one, and also that we need to assure quality assurance. So our people go, just like it has been mentioned, we carry out surveillance every day, and there are mandates for our officers and what they need to do daily. And we track those surveillance on a daily basis. And we give feedback to our regional offices, state offices, to let them know where we have issues, where we have problems. So in terms of quality assurance, before any product gets out of the depot, there are checks that needs to be done to make sure that quality products are getting to designated filling stations. And when we also go for surveillance as well, we carry out minimal checks on quality, using water paste and some other things to check that water ingress are not in the stations. So, and the other question on crude oil, moribund, okay. Let me take the crude oil since it came to my head immediately. So, Dangote refinery is sited in free trade zone. So basically, they have export capacity as well as supplying the in-country. So for their entire operations, they are supposed to source crude anywhere they can get it. And in Nigeria also, for them to get crude, it's on the basis of willing buyer, willing seller. So they are supposed to go to the upstream stakeholders and see what they can get. But the federal government, in order for the populace to benefit from the Dangote refinery and in terms of what it was asking for affordability, set up an initiative called the Crude for Naira Initiative. So the Crude for Naira Initiative is really to assist Dangote such that NMPC will give him crude and he will pay in Naira. So most of the product coming in country from Dangote is expected to come from the Crude to Naira Initiative. So, and that has been working since 2024. And every month we try and reconcile what we are giving to him and what is coming into the market. And I share most of the meetings on a monthly basis. So, and I can attest to the fact that even of recent, in the last 2 months, he's been getting more cargoes in the Crude to Naira Initiative. So in terms of the price at the pump, based on sales, is basically on a market reflective basis. So, but it's not the fact that it doesn't have crude for the Nigerian market. So, for other of its activities like the export and we need to source crude from it. But we make sure that on a monthly basis, it's getting cargoes from NMPC in the Crude to Naira Initiative. That is one of the initiatives by Mr. President. It's working, though it's tight for NMPC because it's the share of their own crude they are giving, but they have to follow the presidential directive on that, which is working perfectly for now. So the other question is, okay, yeah, I mentioned it before that we are going into national strategic stock, and we are in an advanced stage of that. So we are in a discussion with NMPC. In fact, we are going to have a meeting very soon on it. It's just to make sure that some of those depots are reactivated and put to use. So it's in the works, and I can assure that, because if going into national strategic stock involves a lot of funds, so but if we partner with people that have existing facility, even though we need to reactivate it, I think it will go a long way for the country. So it's something that we cannot even afford not to work with NMPC. If not, you go to the private people and you have to start negotiating for throughput and all that. But being a government-to-government agency, it is more easy to start from them.
Okay. There's a last question on any frameworks or plans for financing infrastructure initiatives, and whether the authority is able to codify some of its interventions for more sustainable implementation?
Yeah, there are finances for infrastructure, especially in the midstream and gas infrastructure funds is available, and most of the activity they are doing is codified already. So they just need to approach the agency. It's part of NMDPRA. So when they approach them, they will let them know how to access the fund. The fund is available. You know, maybe you have to be on equity participation or actual loan. I don't know the process, but the fund is available for infrastructure development.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'd like to, at this point in time, bring our discussions to a close. I think the summary, one important takeaway is that Nigeria is more energy secure in 2026 than it was in 2023. So we're obviously in the right direction. However, there are deficits from the point of view of legal risk, infrastructure, and overall market stability, which need to be plugged, and that is still in play. So at this point in time, it is my pleasure to say a big thank you to all our panelists for a very, very insightful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and well done to our very able moderator. Once again, a round of applause for our panelists and moderator, and truly discussing this issue, and the audience too for your. So we'll now like to invite the Authority Secretary and Legal Advisor, NMDPRA. Please put your hands together for Dr. Joseph Tolorunse. He'll be presenting a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Please rise as we take the group picture. Right after this, we have our tea break, which will last for 30 minutes. Please, we still have 2 more sessions and the wrap-up where your questions will be answered by the NMDPRA. So please, let's keep to the time, 30 minutes for tea break. That's also a great time to network. And if you have a question and the panelists are still around, you can always walk up to them. I'm sure they're more than happy to oblige you to a conversation. When we return from tea break, we're going to be having the midstream session, which will look at advancing Nigeria's midstream potential, legal, regulatory, and commercial imperatives in transportation, refining, and processing. And then our final session for today, which is the 3rd session, will look at from mandate to impact, implementing the PIA's host community development framework across Nigeria's midstream petroleum value chain. I know this topic on the host community has come up several times yesterday as well as today, so this is your reason and your cue to stay with us till the very end. And after the 3rd session, we'll definitely have Q&A. It's going to be interactive. It's a safe space. No questions, no holds barred. So please come with your questions. Every question is definitely allowed. Once again, please put your hands together for our amazing panelists and moderator. And thank you so much. Please, we can now go outside for our tea break. Ushers, please direct people. We have 30 minutes for tea break. So we'll be back here by 12:42. 12:42 we'll reconvene. Please don't stay seated. The food, the drinks have already been. We don't want you to just be hungry, so when I ask you to clap, you're able to clap with enthusiasm. So please oblige me and please go and get yourself some refreshments.
No.
Hey, we can't talk to him here. We need to talk to him through mic. Or tell him to
Don't worry, I'm texting him.
Just do hello, just do hello.
Can you hear? Hey, Obio.
Hello. General Counsel Forum. Mic check. Can you hear?
I can hear you clearly.
Sir, please just hold on a moment. We're trying to work on the audio so we can hear you too.
Okay.
I hope the Lord
Okay, yeah, okay.
Sir, please, can you speak now?
Yeah, Dr. Mustafa on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, a bit. Maybe speak again, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Okay, I need to be loud and clear then. So, and you can see me clearly. I'm trying to see the frame so that I can see how I appear, but I'm still navigating the touch buttons there.
Maybe sit back a little, sir, to help you. Yes, this is perfect.
This is perfect, okay?
Yes, this is perfect, sir.
All right, then. Okay.
Perfect, sir. All right, sir. Thank you, sir. So,
okay, then.
We'll cue you in when it's time for the session.
So you have another session before?
Yes, sir. We have another session before yours.
Okay. All right, then. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Hey, are your cold emails?
Let me use the word. Anyone who knows that? No. No, I'm going to give you too much of one. But it's okay. And it's okay. I did everybody and doing that so answer that position. Using the power. That's why there's a dedicated power. We have license to 2,000 people at home already. I said that's the attack. We are set for lunch. Yeah, I'm not. It's all no, if you want to, you can join online. Eh? Upstairs. So can I join you? I need 2 or 3 minutes. Oh. Yeah, all right. I'll join you first.
We have about 1 minute to get back into the hall. I know I said 12:48 and now it's 12:47. Please, can we begin to take our seats? If you are still enjoying your refreshments outside, feel free to bring your refreshments in and you can continue sipping and eating while we proceed. We still have 2 more sessions and then the interactive Q&A before we wrap for lunch and bring the 3rd edition of the NMDPRA General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum to an end. So please, we're counting on every single person to return to their seats so we're able to start in earnest. Ushers, if you can hear me, please begin to direct people back into the hall to take their seats so we're able to start. Our moderator, our speaker, our panelists for the next panel are already here and we don't want to keep them waiting any longer. So please, 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 we're expecting you all back in the hall so we can proceed. For those already seated in the hall, thank you very much, showing your commitment to managing the time effectively. If you're on a call, please can we begin to round off those conversations? Let's begin to say our goodbyes. Let's finish typing the last WhatsApp message, email, and let's just ensure that for all seated that we still have all our personal items with us, our phones, our laptops, our devices, our handbags. Please let's ensure they're with us at all times. We wouldn't want a case of any of your personal property getting missing. So please do not leave any of your possessions unattended to at any point in time. Please let's also ensure that our phones, our laptops, our devices are all on silent or vibrate mode. The last thing we'll want is for any of our proceedings to be interrupted by a trendy ringtone. As you all know, this event is being recorded. We do have to start in earnest as we have the speaker for the next panel, the panelists, and the moderator. They are on standby, ready to proceed. So please, ushers, can we really help to direct people back into the hall? You are welcome to bring your refreshments in with you. You can bring your coffee, your tea, your water, your snacks. Please bring them in with you. Our second session, which is the fifth session for the two-day event, is focusing on the midstream. So this is looking at advancing Nigeria's midstream potential, legal, regulatory, and commercial imperatives in transportation, refining, and processing. We'll start with an initial paper, a presentation, and then we'll move to the panel session. Right after that, we'll have our final panel for this event, which will look at the mandate to impact implementing PRA's host community development framework across Nigeria's midstream petroleum value chain. So you really don't want to miss the last two panels. Please, if you have a friend, a colleague, someone you've met and they're not on their seats, just maybe send them a message or call them on the phone to come back into the hall, even as the ushers direct everyone back into the hall. I will really appreciate your feedback. So if you have a chance, those pictures and videos, please share them on your social media platforms and tag NMDPRA and use our hashtags NMDPRA and hashtag Beyond Compliance. For the past 2 days, we're exploring the theme going beyond compliance. Last year, we established that compliance is indeed a collective responsibility. It's not the sole responsibility of the regulator, neither is it the sole responsibility of the operator. It's a joint and collective responsibility. And this year, we go beyond compliance because we understand that capital follows certainty, and that's why we are driving regulatory certainty and investment confidence in Nigeria's petroleum sector. And all the panel sessions have fed into this theme, looking at the midstream is where we are right now, and we want everyone back in the hall. Again, for those just joining us, let's just ensure that our phones and devices are on silent and vibrate mode, and they are with us at all times, so we do not leave them unattended to and anything happens to them. I see more people are getting into the hall. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much. All right, we'll give about a minute or so for everyone to be seated. We won't want you missing out on any of the deliberations, conversations, interactions that will be happening in the course of the next few hours at the NMDPRA General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum. We'll move to the second session, the fifth of this event, and this is Advancing Nigeria's Midstream Potential, Legal, Regulatory, and Commercial Imperatives in Transportation, Refining, and Processing. It gives me great joy to invite the Vice President, Government Relations at Chapel Energies Offshore Limited. And please, I'd like you to give a resounding round of applause now that we've had our tea break as Adekunle Adegun makes his way to the stage for his presentation. I know that applause doesn't sound like people who have been refreshed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the authority for inviting me to participate at this year's General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum. As you all know, we spend the better part of the morning talking about energy security, and we're looking at the downstream, basically. But one thing stands out clear. You cannot have that assurance in energy security downstream if you don't look after your midstream. Because it's the midstream that will give birth to what you expect in the downstream sector. So I'll be speaking on the paper, Advancing the Midstream Sector in Nigeria. My paper is up. Yeah, so advancing Nigeria's midstream potential. I'll be looking at the legal, regulatory, and commercial imperatives in transportation, refining, and processing. My outline will be as follows. Next slide, please. So basically, we're looking at the outline. We're looking at the pre-PIA situation, the scenario we had before PIA. Then PIA came, the PIA scenario. And then, with the PIA having been around now, we're going to be looking at what's the future like under the PIA. And then, we'll be looking at some talking points, which will probably be the subject of the discussion at the panel. Next slide, please. So Nigeria before now, before the PIA came, what was the situation like? What was the scenario like? It was basically the oil and gas sector was an unlocked potential, unrealized value. That was the situation we had before PIA came. And how did this come to be? The Nigerian midstream sector, the transportation, refining, and gas processing, actually struggled under legacy challenges. You had fragmented legislation and institutional overlap. You had poor infrastructure and underperforming refineries. We also had regulatory uncertainty and opaque tariffs. And then we had low investor confidence and weak commercial models. This was the situation before the PIA came into being. And what was the impact of this then, before PIA came? For Nigeria as a country, it was purely stagnation in infrastructure development, poor access to energy. We were talking about accessibility and energy this morning. Before PIA, there was actually poor access to energy. And then lost economic opportunities, all for a country that has abundant hydrocarbon resources. That was our situation before the PIA. Then came the PIA. Next slide. And the PIA came, and PIA became the turning point for our midstream transformation. With the PIA, it provides a bold and unified framework to unlock Nigeria's midstream value chain. There were key legal and regulatory reforms. The first one, we have the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the NMDPRA, that graciously organizes conference. We also have introduction of open access rules for pipelines and processing infrastructure. And then we have enabling third-party access and competition. So in general, what the PIA seeks to do, it consolidated all the relevant laws into one, leaving out one or two laws for certain specific reasons. What are the laws that were consolidated by the PIA? You had the Associated Gas Reinjection Act, the Hydrocarbons Oil Refineries Act, the Motor Spirit Returns Act, the NMPC Act as amended, the NMPC Projects Act number 94 of 1993, the PPRA, the Petroleum Products Pricing Regulatory Authority, which is part of the NMDPRA now. You have the Petroleum Equalization Fund. These are the laws that were codified into one under the PIA. And then you have the Deep Offshore and Inland Basin Production Sharing Contract, as well as the PPTA. These were the certain exemptions under the PIA, and these were kept aside for certain contracts to roll over. Next slide. Next slide, please. So with the coming of the PIA, it became a turning point for our midstream transformation. Remember where we were coming from. So PIA having come into being now, you now have codification of investment grade contracts and clear fiscal incentives. You have codification, which is meant to replace the old fragmented discretionary system with bankable, predictable rules that lenders, investors can model. Increase the lender's confidence now. For investment grade, you have fiscal and contract terms, which are very clear now, stable, and can be used to raise project finance. These were things that were not there before the PIA. Next slide, please. But then, as we said, the PIA came and it became a turning point for our midstream transformation. Next slide. Being a turning point for midstream transformation, the PIA also came with some strategic objectives. One, to drive private sector participation, expand domestic refining capacity, unlock our gas for both domestic and export use, and also to accelerate infrastructure build-out for industrial growth. Next slide, please. For the transportation sector, what do we expect under the PIA? Which is, now that the PIA is in place, how do we then build a resilient midstream ecosystem? Taking the transportation, what are our expectations with the PIA now being in place? We expect to have a nationwide pipeline network expansion with open access. That's already started, but we need to move more on that. We expect a shift to integrated logistics in pipeline, rail, and barging. We also expect to have improved security and digital monitoring of infrastructure. All these are our expectations of the PIA as a resilient midstream ecosystem. For the refining sector, we expect a rehabilitation of our state refineries. We all know what the issues are with our current refineries, Warri, Port Harcourt, and Kaduna. But we expect them to be rehabilitated with commercial structures being put in place. We also expect incentives for modular refineries and new private entrants. Now we know that there are so many private entrants. You have the likes of Watersmith, Aradel, and even the big brother, Dangote. Again, for refining, we expect supply chain integration to reduce fuel import dependency. All this for refining. Next slide, please. We're still talking about how to build a resilient midstream ecosystem under the PIA. Next slide. For gas processing, what are our expectations under the PIA if you want to have a resilient midstream ecosystem? We'd like to see gas infrastructure being treated as a foundation for energy transition. In the discussion we had this morning, when we were talking about accessibility, affordability, one important factor is also gas infrastructure. Because without infrastructure being in place or being developed, you can have availability, but you may not have accessibility or even affordability. So the gas infrastructure is very, very important. So we need to treat it as a foundation for energy transition. We also expect to have acceleration of processing plants, compressor stations, and storage. And then enabling domestic gas use in power, transport, and industries. And that brings you to the issue of accessibility that we talked about in the morning. Next slide, please. And this brings me to the talking points. One talking point we would like us to focus on this afternoon is the public-private partnership as an option in developing the midstream sector. If you look at today, Nigeria, if you look at the infrastructure financing needs in gas processing, pipeline networks, LPG, CNG distribution, and refining, one thing stands out clear. These needs exceed public sector capacity. If you want to achieve all this in today's Nigeria, in this oil and gas sector, especially for the midstream, the public sector cannot carry this alone. Hence, the PPP option that's been highly recommended here. If you take the PPP, the public-private partnership, and you look at the PIA does not actually create a standalone chapter on PPP. But what it has done is created the legal and fiscal framework to enable a workable PPP in the midstream and downstream sector. How has this done? One, when the PIA came, it shifted the government's focus from operator to regulator. Before PIA, you had NMPC, the almighty NMPC, as both quasi, commercial player, regulator, operator, all rolled into one. But with the coming of the PIA, it just shifted NMPC, transited NMPC into just a commercial player, and has kept it moving along that line. Stay away from being a regulator, stay away from making laws, just focus on commercial. So it moved the government's focus from being operator to regulator. And it also, in shifting that focus of the government from being an operator to regulator, also allow the government as regulator to also be a player as a minority investor. And this is where the PPP concept comes into play. So we moved NMPC, transited NMPC from a regulator operator commercial player to NMPC Limited under KAMA, which then allows NMPC now to also take minority equity in PPP projects, without the vexed issue of conflict of interest. That is for NMPC. That's what the PIA did to NMPC. What did the PIA do to DPR? As you all know, before PIA, you had the almighty DPR. But when the PIA came, it simply divided the DPR into two, created two distinct regulators, one for the upstream, as NUPRC, and then for the downstream, our organizers for today's conference. So, and that allows clear licensing authority for pipelines, depots, refineries, and gas plants. Though there are still some overlaps here and there between the two operators, but they're going to resolve them. So that's what it did in the regulatory space. Just divided the DPR into two, upstream and midstream and downstream. Before PIA, again, there was no unified law, but PIA came and it's become the single omnibus law, which prevails over any conflicting law. And what is the result of this? Most contracts that we do today, which we now see as bankable contracts, can make easy reference to PIA as a source of authority and as some form of certainty. Unlike before, where you had references to ad hoc approvals, and because you now have this certainty in our contracts, they make those contracts bankable. That is one single advantage that the PIA has brought. And then you look at the PPP. For the public-private partnership, it offers a credible pathway to mobilize private capital. Also allows you to transfer risk and accelerate your project delivery. You know, and if you look at, just to buttress what we're saying about the PPP and the advantages, if you look at the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, it has that recognition of the PPP concept. Same thing with our national policy on PPP, 2009. It's provided this foundation for a PPP arrangement to thrive in our space right now. Next slide, please. That's the PPP option. Then, in unlocking growth in the midstream and downstream sector, I want us to, as one of the talking points, the next one will be on the NMDPRA funding. We heard earlier that the PIA has created this dedicated fund to support midstream and downstream gas infrastructure development. And the particular section is section 52.1 of the PIA, which establishes the midstream and downstream gas infrastructure fund, which is under the NMDPRA structure. You know, I know if I use the word to be managed by NMDPRA, I know there will be some pushback on that. But I'll just say that it sits under the structure of the NMDPRA as of today. How is this fund? How is it funded? The funding sources include the 0.5% of gas sales levy and also gas flaring penalties. These are the basic sources of this midstream fund that sits within the NMDPRA structure. Though today, a topical issue about this fund is the mode of remittance. How is it going to be collected? I mean, that's an issue that is still ongoing, you know, between the authority and the industry players. And what do I mean by this? The mode of collection of the 0.5 levy, the authority will prefer the gas suppliers or gas sellers or the producers to collect the levy and remit to them. But there's a pushback by the gas suppliers in the sense that they don't see themselves as revenue collection agencies. So they would rather for the authority to go to the purchasers and collect this levy. But that's an ongoing discussion, dialogue between the OPTS members and the IPPG members and the authority. It's an ongoing discussion, and hopefully that will be resolved so that this particular funding source, which is very, very important, can have some certainty as to how it's going to be remitted to the authority. Next slide, please. We're still talking about we're still on the talking points. So we've spoken about the PPP option. We're also looking at the MDGIF as a funding option. Next slide, please. Still on the MDGIF as a funding option. How we're looking at something like, is it possible that we can activate this fund as a PPP enabling tool? Don't forget that we said before that if you look at our infrastructural needs in the midstream, the public sector cannot carry it alone. So you need an injection of the private sector, and that's where the PPP comes into play. How can we use this fund? How can this fund help in this PPP journey? The fund can be used, we believe that, we're recommending, or we're looking at it that, the fund can be used as equity. It can be used as first loss. It can also be used as a viability gap funding to support infrastructure, which is critically needed in the midstream sector. That promotes, such infrastructure that promotes domestic gas utilization, especially in processing, transportation, storage, and distribution. The fund can be used to anchor equity or concessional loan. Right now, I think it's basically being used as equity injection. But we're looking at maybe it can also, be used for granting loans. And then what are the global best practices for this recommendation? If you take India, for example, in India, Malaysia, and Kenya, they have a similar concept. Their source of funding is government funding, government budget. But they use the fund to actually accelerate project delivery. And that's why we're looking at this, that can the fund be expanded to cover this? Next slide, please. Next slide. My time is up. And then, if you look at the PPP, for gas-focused PPPs, when you have a PPP that's supported by the fund very well, it will actually align with Nigeria's net zero targets and energy transition agenda. And this you will find in our Nigeria's nationally determined contribution policy, our input to the United Nations framework. So this, if you support a PPP with the fund, it can actually align with Nigeria's energy transition plan. Next slide, please, as I round up. What are the tasks before the authority? We're looking at the authority to take a more proactive enabling role. Let's fast-track the operationalization of the fund, through clear governance and application guidelines. Let's collaborate with ICRC, Ministry of Finance, and support project development through a midstream infrastructure pipeline. And then let's have a publication of midstream investment guide and host regulator investor roundtables. And there are global best practices for this, benchmarks. If you look at Ghana, Infrastructure Investment Fund. Next slide. In conclusion, the PIA offers Nigeria a clean slate to reinvent its midstream sector. With the PIA and the fund, Nigeria has the tools to transform midstream and downstream infrastructure through PPPs. With coordination, execution, strong regulation, and commercial discipline, the sector can actually deliver national energy security that we spoke about in the morning, catalyze industrialization and job creation, and anchor Nigeria's global competitiveness in the energy transition area. What is our global message here in summary? The PI, can you go back to that slide, please, before this one? The midstream sector, this is our global message. The midstream sector is our bridge from resource wealth to real economic impact. So therefore, let's build it strategically, sustainably, and boldly. Thank you all for listening.
Can we give him another round of applause? Thank you for that very comprehensive presentation, which indeed has laid a solid foundation for our panel. Gives me great joy to welcome the moderator for this panel, which is Advancing Nigeria's Midstream Potential, Legal, Regulatory, and Commercial Imperatives in Transportation, Refining, and Processing. Please put your hands together for the CEO, Captree Limited, Olabode Shoumi. A warm round of applause, please. We're also joined by Engineer Francis Ogare, Executive Director, Hydrocarbon Processing Plants Installations and Transportation Transportation Infrastructure, NMDPRA. He's unavoidably absent, but because we understand just how important it is to have NMDPRA representation, we do have Mrs. Ngozi Nwankwo, who is ably representing him. She is the Regional Coordinator Southeast for NMDPRA. A warm round of applause for her. It's always a joy to see more women on these panel sessions. Also on this panel is the Vice President, Government Relations at Chapel Energies Offshore Limited. He needs no introduction, and he did an amazing job with that paper. Adekunle Adegun. Also joining this panel is the General Counsel, Greenville LNG, Ngozi Efobi. Please, I know that applause can be a whole lot louder. Thank you very much. Keep clapping. And our final panelist is the Group Head, Legal and SCM, Walter Smith Refinery. Please put your hands together for Oluwadare Agbelese. A warm round of applause for him. Okay, so we'll have 40 minutes for this conversation, Mr. Moderator, and then we will have 15 minutes for questions and answers, and we'll wrap everything up in 5 minutes with a presentation of gifts. It's important that we keep to time because we are 1 hour behind, and we still have our final session as well as the interactive Q&A and lunch. And we don't want to be talking to people on an empty stomach. So I'm counting on you, Mr. Moderator, to also be the accurate timekeeper. Once again, please put your hands together for our amazing panelists and moderator.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Well, it's afternoon. Okay, we were to be here in the morning. Okay, good afternoon. So we will stick to time. We will do 1 minute, 2 minutes maximum per speaker. We will keep to our questions. The introduction will be brief. The issues will be to the point. And we'll be out of here in time for lunch. Does that sound like a plan? Okay, so like an introduction of a bit, wherever you are in this world, you probably left your home, entered into a vehicle to get here or to your next destination. That required energy. And that has been the way we have lived our lives in the last 100 years. And you will realize that there is a process to accessing that energy. But what has happened is that in the process of that work, we are needing to find a process to maximize those energy sources. And it's part of that process of maximizing it that has led us to this event with a very deliberate theme, beyond compliance. Compliance will get us into the room, but it is bankable contracts, regulatory uncertainty, and the rest that will build pipelines that will ensure that the industry is built. So with us here are very esteemed, knowledgeable, and respected as well in their own quarters to handle the team and give us answers to some of the things that that comes to our mind, disturbs us, or themes that also gets our attention within the things that we discussed in the industry. So let's start with opening remarks, which will be a minute or two. Ngozi, do you want to just give us your opening thoughts on what you think about the team and the industry as a whole?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. So this team is very apt because just like the presenter just told us, the PIA came to unlock the midstream. So the midstream, has it always been there? Yes, but we've never known where the midstream was because it was either modeled up in upstream or the downstream. But with the PIA, we now have a clear focus on what we can do to enable the midstream. And then we talk about investment. That investment is hugely resting on the midstream because you can say that the upstream, they are doing their thing, and the downstream, they're also doing their thing. But the midstream is like the bridge that brings the upstream and the downstream together. So whatever we are going to be doing to enable that, to unlock the investment opportunities that exist in midstream, the NMDPRA is up for that. And I can tell you that we've been doing a lot to make sure that that happens. So it's a very interesting topic that we're going to be sharing today.
Thank you very much. Colleague.
Yeah, so for me, just like I said in my presentation, the PIA has given Nigeria a golden opportunity, to have a resilient midstream ecosystem. And all we need to do as a nation, with all the relevant players, is to come together and ensure that we build this resiliency into the midstream. Because you cannot talk about the downstream if you don't have a midstream that is very, very functional and robust enough to give birth to that energy security they are looking for in the downstream sector. So it behoves on everyone now, all the players now, to look at this and then look at how best can we have this resilient midstream ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngozi?
So I think that the theme, the overarching theme of this conference is very opposite. The legal framework is already there, the PIA, and indeed conversations have to go beyond compliance, so we have to be looking even more specifically and in more detail into the commercial implications, the commercial intricacies of operating in the industry. We have to look a bit further into the regulatory intricacies of the industry as well, and, to a smaller extent, the legal implications as well. So that's why I do, completely agree with not just the team, but also the subject of this panel, which is how do we move forward? We have the law, we have the language, how do we move the actual midstream sector forward so that, we're seeing more investment and we're seeing more trust in the midstream investment sector.
Okay, thank you. Dari?
Thank you. And I think my co-panelists have aptly captured, the essence of what this panel is about. And indeed, when we think about bankability, we talk about certainty. Money will go where it is certain and where it is be sure to, to make returns. Nobody is going to put money into a business for a charity. Bankers want to receive their interest, right? Investors want to receive dividends. But then the law must be certain, the law must be clear, and it behoves on each and every one of us, including the regulator, to ensure that, all of this is in place. And, we can have a very robust midstream and downstream industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the first question will be, and this for everyone, we'll ask it around, what, in your view, will be the single biggest legal and regulatory gap to ensure that, that is preventing the midstream section and the downstream section, particularly in terms of transportation and processing, from attracting FID? And what would certainty look like? So what is preventing it, and what will the situation of certainty look like? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the issue is not a lack of existence of law, because the PIA has given us the architecture. The implementation is the issue here now. And that is why it's important that we look at what we can do to enable that investment. An investor that wants to invest in the midstream space, of course, he will have the confidence to commit to that investment if he's sure that there's not going to be shifting of the goalposts at the middle of the match. So he wants to be sure that there is clarity in the law, that is stable and is predictable. He also wants to be sure that there's going to be feedstock assurance. Because if there is no feedstock assurance, even if the law is clear and everything is predictable, you're still not going to be able to run the business, because you will not build and not be able to operate it. And unfortunately, the midstream investment is hugely capital intensive. If you want to build one small, even if it's a refinery, that is a modular refinery, less than 10,000 barrels per day, you're going to be spending in hundreds of millions of dollars. So that kind of investment is not something that somebody wants to invest when he's not sure that he's going to have his feedstock supply. And then he also wants to be sure that even when the feedstock supply is available, that the pricing and the tariffing will be commercially viable and sustainable. You don't just want to say, okay, there is a feedstock, but it's not sustainable, or the price is not going to make any economic sense. Otherwise, there will be no attraction for investment. And you also want to be sure that the regulators, that they are going to give you the approval timely when you ask for it. And that's why on our own part as NMDPRA, we are working very assiduously to be sure that if you have come to us for that, we'll give you the confidence that you need to proceed. Our own approvals, the processes have been well structured in a way that, in fact, there is efficiency, there is transparency, there is operational excellence, there's anything you can think of in our processes. Our processes are hugely automated. I can say up to 80%. We've automated our work processes. And even the people that are working, people that are on the portal is built in a way that there is an escalation. So if application stays beyond the number of days that is expected to be on your desk, it will be escalated to the next person. That means you're not doing your work, and another person will do the work. So all these things, we have built them in just to be sure that if you have come, you will get what you want, and at the time that you need it. And then we also recognize that this regulatory certainty is not just about the regulator, because like I've said, the crude assurance or the feedstock assurance, be that maybe for gas processing plants, the natural gas assurance, is not something that only NMDPRA will do. The government, of course, will do its own by giving us the policy. The NUPRC will do their own by implementing certain provisions of the Act that has make it possible for us to do it if we choose to do it, if we want to do it. We have the provisions for domestic gas supply obligation and the crude supply obligation. These are excellent provisions that the PIA has made. Now, what we need to do is to check what we can do to make them work and work efficiently. Maybe we are trying, maybe we need to do more, so that at the end of the day, that certainty that the investor needs to have, that confidence that he needs to have to commit for whatever project he wants to do, he will get it. So I think that this is a problem, and it's also something that I think every person that is in this business can attest to it, and it's something that we have to look at globally, collectively in the country.
So, in terms of regulatory certainty, I'll just use one particular instance, and that is this. I will speak in the context of these deemed approvals. You know, when we talk about regulatory certainty, yesterday in the session, we've been told categorically that the PIA provides for deemed consent. That's clear, you know, and the authority made it clear that that power has been given to the players. So if the regulator doesn't come back to you under permitting approvals within a particular time frame, you are expected to take it as deemed. But then, here is the thing. Yes, the law has allowed me to take it as a deemed approval. But here I am as a player. I have lenders behind me. I have financiers that I'm talking to. You know, what do I need to give them so that they can have that comfort in their belly that, yes, I do have the approvals? You know, so in terms of regulatory certainty, I think this area should be looked into. It could be possible that when that situation happens and you have the deemed approval, you know, maybe the regulator can publish these cases where there are deemed approvals on their website. So I can make a reference to it if I'm talking to my lenders, if I'm talking to my financiers, that on this project, I already have the consent or the approval of the regulator. That could be an option whereby you just go to the website and know that, oh, these are cases that are now subject to deemed approvals, and I can reference my particular case and then give comfort to the lenders or my financiers. Or secondly, if the law says deemed approval 60 days, could there be a procedure where you can work around that? So let's say it's 40 days or it's 60 days. You can say after 30 days, I do a reminder to the regulator to say my application is still pending. Then 45 days within that 60-day period, I do a final reminder to the regulator and say that, oh, my application is still pending. You are in the next 15 days, which will coincide with the 60-day requirement by the law. If after the next 15 days, I don't get any confirmation from you, I take it as deemed. If you have these proofs that you have written, and then you can then go back to your lenders and then show this and say, well, I've gone through the deemed approval process, and I think I can say that, yes, I have a deemed approval. So I think these are areas that can be looked into. In terms of enablers, to enable the midstream to function very well, maybe enablers can be done in such a way that you look at the security, we can improve the security, create that enabling environment that can have an improved security situation. And again, in terms of tax incentives, you may not really want to give incentives for tax, but you could do a free trade zone, create more free trade zones as a policy that midstream players can establish their projects in free trade zones, and thereby they can benefit from those free trade zone incentives. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngozi? So, Kole is saddled between two Ngozis. I guess that's double blessing.
So, Mr. Moderator, I will say, and 18 years of the industry allows me to say that the legal framework may not be so much the issue today. We have the PIA and we are grateful to it. Having participated in, the drafting, the discourse before the emergence of the PIA, I can say for sure that we're in a much better situation today than we were previously. Of course, there will always be all of the questions around, a few deficiencies in the Act, a few clauses and situations where the positions have not been made clear. But, Kunle had mentioned earlier on when he was talking, all of the codifications that were embedded into the PIA. So we do have a framework. In fact, we may have a better framework legally than many countries or many other, people have to operate their sector with. I think that the issues, the challenges are more along the lines of interpretation, implementation, infrastructure, and the commerce. These are actually the fourfold major issues with our midstream sector. The interpretation being many times, and actively, I think even for quite possibly since we have a room full of general counsel, many times issues around how the PIA is interpreted and implemented. These are some of the issues that have come up several times. I participated in the National Assembly hearings at some point in relation to the interpretation under the PIA of the host community and what the implication is, whether it's for upstream or downstream. And I know that there was, for example, a very heated debate around the subject of whether that act was being interpreted rightly and whether, for example, downstream entities, if you're a trucking company, why do you have a requirement to have a host community, for example? There were many such issues of, okay, the PIA is here. We see the aim and the intention of these provisions of the PIA, but how is it being interpreted by the authorities and how is it being implemented in actuality? Of course, money goes where money is sure. So there's also the regulatory certainty part, and Madam Ngozi has spoken extensively to what the NMDPRA is doing today to foster that regulatory certainty for investors. But nonetheless, today we have a certain measure of progress, but people want to know that the same principles that underpin the investments that they're making today are going to be existing in 10 years' time. I don't want to make an investment, and 5 years down the line, you make a provision, you make a regulation, you give a pricing tariff or a pricing regime that means that I will not be able to recover the investment that I made in the midstream gas sector for another 500 years, or whatever the case may be. And we've seen situations where that happens. So when you create certain pricing tariffs for product itself, the person who is processing that product and releasing it to the masses has to ask themselves, when does this make sense for me? Do you understand? So there's that implementation and commercial issue that needs to be addressed. And then the last one is infrastructure. Some people, again, we've seen significant progress. The pipelines, NGML, everybody who is involved in the ecosystem, they are trying as much as possible to play their part. But we still have pipelines today that are significantly aged. We've seen, in certain scenarios where evacuation has been impossible for months, and we're talking about 3 months, 6 months for gas, because the pipeline has collapsed somewhere, or because there's been a security situation and the pipeline has been bunkered somewhere. And so, in those situations, again, the players are wondering to themselves, how do I handle this? How does this help me move forward? How do I have the confidence to invest further in this sector to move the midstream forward if I'm still going to be dealing with these kinds of issues? So we have to come at it from that standpoint. AKK, we're praying for it, everybody's excited about it. So we get to Kano, then what? We still have to move all the way to Sokoto. We still have to move, to all the other parts of Nigeria. So where is the infrastructure for that? And if someone then says, I'm going to make the investment into that infrastructure, whatever it may be, are they sure that after they've made this investment, that they are not, sidetracked, or that it doesn't become a problem for them to recover the investment that they've made? So those are actually the practical issues that I personally think need to be addressed more than, the legal framework, as it were.
Okay, thank you. I think just for the purpose of clarity, I may add this. When the Escravos Lagos pipeline was originally built, there was just one off-taker, and that was IGBI. Today, you can't hardly get any gap on that space. So the pipeline, I believe, because I also grew up in the north. I grew up in Kano and Kaduna, where they have a bit of industrial estates in Sharada, Bombay, as well as the factories in Kaduna. that that pipeline actually can be the source of the revival of those industries across the north. But that's just an aside. Gary, your thoughts, please.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, you probably will start for me the next time because everyone has exhausted everything. But I mean, I probably want to latch on to the issue of domestic crude supply obligation, which Mrs. Nwankwo talked about. Earlier, the panel before this, someone spoke about, a certain refinery, that's been encouraged by the NMPC, crude being sold, crude being sold at crude for Naira, right? And we also are concerned, the other refiners, like, hey, we also are doing the same thing, right? This energy security business is our collective, our collective business, and we're doing our own part. Where is our own succor in it, right? And when it comes to, supply of crude, this law exists today. All it needs is enforcement. The operators do not want to because there is no clear enforcement or there is no hard forced enforcement. How does the NUPRC, approve export permits for those who have DCSO obligations, right? If you're looking for people to come and set up a refinery or a topping plant somewhere, that company has to know that, look, there is going to be guaranteed supply. There is going to be input petrol or input fuel that comes that I'm going to refine and, of course, have product to sell. So the NMDPRA, working, of course, in collaboration with its sister regulator, the NUPRC, must ensure that DCSO obligations are enforced and, the operators who produce crude actually are mandated to sell before they, have their permits to export. Also, we'd like to talk about FX mismatch. Not much of an issue anymore, I mean, compared to where we were 3 years ago, but this is Nigeria. Before you know it, we get into that situation where the arbitrage arises again. Now we have the opportunity to correct things. We can work with the CBN, we can work with, exporters who earn FX, right? How do we ensure that these midstream players or these refiners who have to buy their product in USD and sell into the local market, not for export, by the way. Companies like us, we face Nigeria. We face each one and every one of you. Our diesel is for generators in Nigeria, not for export. We earn Naira. How do we ensure that, look, if we take our Naira that we have earned, we can convert this to FX and actually buy, the crude we need, not at, a very skewed or burdensome FX rates. So that's something we would like the NMDPRA to champion with other governmental agencies like the CBN and the rest. You spoke about certainty of fees and, of course, that, maybe an investor makes an investment today. He knows that this is what it is for the long term, for the long haul. This is what my investment is going to look like. This is what the capital outlay is going to look like. And these are the returns I expect over time, right? And, one of the things we can commend the NMDPRA for is being very on the ball with regulations. I think 2 years ago, they issued a very comprehensive and detailed regulatory fees regulation. But I think that is probably where there's also some problem. Every single thing under the sun is subject to an application fee or a processing fee. And that is very burdensome, particularly when you consider that, us who do, petroleum liquids, we're a marginal business, right? These things tend to eat into our margins long term. So if it could be looked into once in a while, consider moderating these fees sometimes and, sometimes speak to us too, and find out how it pinches us.
Okay, on that note of pinch and on the fact that everybody seems to have taken your point, we'll start the next question with you. I think for full disclosure, I used to be a senior legislative aide to the Senate President on gas and power. So I was very much part of the it was PIB then, at the back end. And there was a lot of thinking back and forth, of course. There was also a lot of lobbying. But that's a story for another day. So there are 3 instruments of governance. There's the law, there's regulation, and there's policy. And they serve different functions. And you cannot achieve certain things by law. They must be by policy. For example, it used to be in the law back then that the cost for gas flare was, I think, 10 naira per scoff. And with the decades that passed, it became cheaper to flare the gas than to actually build infrastructure. So when the new laws were passed, the penalties were not in the law. They were put under the authority of the regulator. That's an example of, well, so now the question will be this. Well, given that the PIA has given us a framework, and there are still uncertainties and things that need to be done and all that, what 2 or 3 regulatory instruments do you think will make your work effective? I ask this because in former life, I used to work for a company that was doing some work in New York with what is known as the US Congress. The US Congress, every quarter, they have what you call an industry day, where they pick a particular industry, listen to what the industry players are talking about, and that informs how they do their legislation. So the regulator is here, and it's basically like this. What 2 or 3 things do you see that will help your business? 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. And thank you for starting with me. So if I had to pick 2 key things, I think one is, you know, the PIA is due for an amendment. I can say that. I know it's 5 years, and I mean, it set the tone, and, you know, it's gotten the ball rolling. We've already seen where the holes are. I think, save with the exception of the amendments done by the respective tax acts to the fiscal and taxing sections of the PIA, I don't think there's been any other amendments. But you see, the operative parts also need a bit of amendment and adjustment, right? When we think of certain things around HCDT, I remember when NMDPRA first came up with it, you know, the fact that they were going to set up an NMDPRA, and I remember we all looked in with a couple of lawyers here. I remember we paired in, I was like, how does this apply to the midstream, downstream? We saw where there were gaps in the law. But then again, we looked at the overall intent of what HCDT means. Are you going to say that, you know, certain significant assets or certain significant installations would not impact the host community? That's probably not correct. But then the law leaves the gap and leaves the argument. And that's what we don't want, right? So when I see those kind of lacuna, and, you know, I see that, look, we're now going to the Petroleum Act era, where we try to do things by ad hoc style, just adjusting and amending. Let's get the law certain, right? Let's clean up the law in that regard. I think enough has been said about this deemed approval process. Deemed approval, you can see, clearly means a lot to a lot of us in this room. Our bankers are not going to take deemed approval. They're not going to give you drawdown or allow you take a loan on deemed approval, right? The other thing, and it's a long-standing issue, on our licenses, we typically have, I think, this December type licenses that expire on the 31st of December. I think we've gotten to a point where, you know, if I'm going to set up a refinery that is supposed to last for about 30, 40 years, why are we doing annual licenses or 2-year licenses, right? Give us a substantial license where we don't have to come back to you all the time. It also reduces the administrative workload on the NMDPRA. I think that's enough.
Okay. Madam Ngozi.
So now that he's had the opportunity to go first, let me quickly say that I agree with all those points. And that he has said some of the things I wanted to say. But absolutely, again, the issue of the regulatory regime, I will be one of the first to say that we have seen a significant, you know, advancement in relationship with the NMDPRA. I will also say, you know, referencing what you mentioned earlier about industry days, that I've personally attended several stakeholder forums that the NMDPRA has organized, you know, where they attempt to listen to our pain points and to, you know, accommodate some of them in making the regulations. Do we feel like it's enough? No. We do want to see a bit more declutter in the amount of regulation, in the amount of licensing, in the volume of fees, etc. So today, we feel like every single step is regulated, licensed, and paid for. even if the steps are similar or twins. So even yesterday I had referenced this issue of annual licensing as well, especially for players who have been in the industry and have established their capacity up to a certain measure. I believe that at a certain point, issues of KYC, having to, renew your licenses annually should no longer occur. By virtue of your track in the industry, I should be able to say, yes, you've been operating your plants for, the past 15, 20 years. I'm going to give you a 3-year license. I'm going to give you a 5-year license. Even if you do feel the need to conduct your quality analysis and your checks, you would do that, but without necessarily needing for the company to obtain a license before they can operate in the next year. And many times you're doing this at the end of the year under significant time crunches and wondering in your head whether you're going to need to go to court and get a court order for deemed approval so that you can work on January 1, So these types of issues, we would still like to see, some modification. But it's not just the regulator, like I say, it's not just the regulator and it's not just the law. That triune synergy has to be there between the law, the regulation, and the policies. Okay, so we also need to see from the executive that you're making policies that also help the NMDPRA to help us as well. And I'm going to reference once again the point that he mentioned about the FX issue. I think every entity, every company that is represented here today would have struggled significantly at the time that huge demarcation happened. And these are, they're almost like force majeure issues because these are not things that anybody would have anticipated. So you could anticipate an FX departure of maybe 100, 200 naira, whatever the case may be, but we were faced with 1,000% departure. You're going from 750 to 1,500. You're going from 450 to 750. These were things that were significantly, and it's not just for the midstream sector, to be honest. It was for energy sector, all other, all the other sectors. But what would have helped for us is to see some type of policy cushioning the effect. So if we would have had an executive order, a policy that would have said, for these industries, key extractive industries, key midstream industries, we're going to make a policy that enables them special access to FX that cushions the impact of this on their operations. This would have, and there may even be some entities that are not here today in that they no longer exist because they suffered so much from the impact of that. So if we were to see that kind of policy backstopping difficulties that entities were facing at that time, that would have been very helpful. And that's an example of what has happened in other jurisdictions where the government itself makes a policy in the reality of the moment to help industries and sectors to survive whatever may be going on. So that's also something that we would like to say, not just, change our laws. I do agree that now that we have ridden the car for 5 years, it may be time to upgrade, or at least paint the exterior of our car or something like this. I do agree that the PIA could do with a few amendments here and there, and, we would all be happy to see that happen. But nonetheless, even before that has happened, we want to see policy that helps us. We want to see regulation that anticipates our needs, that anticipates our problems and starts to solve them before we've come to cry, So we want to see a complete synergy between those three systems, the law, the regulation, and the policy that actively encourages midstream players.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I do agree with what Ngozi has said and what Daria has said as well. So for me, it's in addition to that, it should be a combination of all the instruments together. The law remains the law, but then you have your policies and the regulations. So for me, it's to be able to use those two other instruments, to clarify areas of the law that maybe looks like gray areas. And I'll give you one instance. Today, we have regulatory overlaps between the midstream, downstream, and the upstream. That's the PIA has provided something. But people are looking at that particular provision, and they can see that it looks like it's a gray area. There is some overlap. Who is doing what? Is it the upstream, or is it the midstream or downstream? So you can use your policies and the regulations to clarify this area and make it clear so that the regulators don't end up, quarreling with one another, so that they can regulate properly for the industry. And again, you can also use your policies and instruments to eliminate as much as possible bottlenecks, in terms of procedural bottlenecks. And we want to give kudos to the authority. They've done a lot in terms of churning out these regulations to improve, to ensure efficiency, and we want to credit them for that, but we will not tell them to stop. We'll just encourage them to continue on that line and in that trajectory. So for me, it's a combination of both, but basically two things: continue to clarify the regulatory overlaps, and ensure that you eliminate the bottlenecks, procedural bottlenecks. Thank you.
Okay. On that note of procedural bottleneck, we hand over to Ngozi.
Can you hear me? Okay.
You want to use this?
So let me use this one. So thank you. It's good to also be the last so that you can hear what everybody has said. So let me say thank you for recognizing the little that authority has done. You will all agree with me that these last 5 years has been a journey for every one of us. The PIA, even though it's almost 5 years old, is still relatively very young and new. So that means we are still learning and unlearning, and we'll get better. And you will also agree with me that authority has been working very hard to ensure that the stakeholders are heard. And that's why we always have this engagement like the ones we are having now. We want to listen to you. The essence of this engagement is to hear from you and also improve on our own processes. We've been doing that, and that's why, even though some of those regulations that you mentioned, we've chunked out a huge number of regulations within the short period of time, we've also revisited these regulations and reviewed them over and over again. Like the fees regulation, for example, that was mentioned by one of the speakers. We have reviewed it, even though it was not even up to a year it was released. We still had to go back, review the regulations so that we can accommodate some of the complaints that stakeholders have made. But I also want you to understand that what you're facing is not a problem that is specific to the authority or the regulator. It's a national problem. The cost of everything in the country is going high. And the way the law was drafted, some of these money that comes are already targeted for specific things based on what the law has said. So if you don't get them, you won't be able to do that. If you don't get them, even authority will not be able to operate. So you also want to put that into the right perspective. And I also want to use this opportunity to talk on something that I think, one area that I think authority will continue to improve on. They will continue to speak more to our stakeholders so that they understand what we are doing, what the law has, and the benefits that can come to them. Like Ngozi, my colleague, my namesake here, she's talked about infrastructure deficit. It's something that is a big problem in the sector. And the PIA has somehow solved that problem, because now it's no longer like in those days that you have to be an operator to own a facility. Now, you don't even have to be a producer and operator to own an infrastructure. That's why the provision for open access is there. You can just build that pipeline, like the moderator rightly said. Once you have that pipeline, you will see that there are people waiting for that pipeline to come, and they start hooking up to the pipeline, and their business will start thriving. So that's the provision in the PIA that I think authority will need to provide greater clarification around it so that people will understand how the open access works. You don't really have to be involved in the business. You can just build it. That's a business opportunity for everyone that is interested in coming into it. And then the third-party access is also another area that I want to talk about. Even someone that already has a facility, you have a facility and you have excess capacity. The law allows you to allow another person, your neighbor, to come and tie into your facility and use it. If you're maybe in this period that will have fields, people that have marginal fields, maybe you have a field that is not commercially viable for you to start building facility, processing facility. But there is an existing processing facility that is there. The provision of third-party access allows you to flow it into that facility and process it and pay tariff to the company under the arrangement that will be agreed on. The NMDPRA is working very well to make sure that this information is out there in the public. People understand how it works. We're already putting it into practice. The network code is a typical example of open access. It's already been practicalized. We have the codes. It has even been reviewed. And we're also trying to extend it from gas to petroleum liquids so that that will create that enablement, the infrastructure deficit that we're talking, especially in the case of a pipeline, which is very critical. We will have it. So people that want to invest, they can invest. And then we will also continue to talk about asset integrity, because it's one area that guides the operators towards maintaining their assets. It's a program that will guide whoever, any person that has a facility to maintain the asset in line with the law, in line with the design philosophy, in line with whoever that has built it. So it's also one area that we are looking at to ensure that people know that they need to do this. You know, we have not gotten to the point where you say people can self-regulate. And because we have not gotten to that point, we have to regulate everything. In fact, the day you turn your back, they will do the opposite. Even the people you think they know, you will see that they don't really know. So that's why it's important that we'll continue to regulate. So you say you pay for, you want to do, maybe you want to build a gas plant, you pay for LT, you pay for LTC, you pay for LTO. Yes, the reason why even though the money you pay is small, but we want to hold you at that gate just to be sure you have done the right thing. Because if we don't hold you, if we say, okay, let's give you at LTE stage, because we believe that you will do it well, you may not do it well. We are talking from experience. So that's why we're trying to regulate until the industry gets to the point where they can self-regulate. Then we can also rest, because we're also being under stress. Regulating you that much is also giving stress, putting so much stress on us. And we want to get to the point where we can watch you do the right thing, and then we'll not just be ticking for you. And I believe that we're going to get there, because the target is the same. But while we wait for us to get to that point, we'll continue to do our best as authority to make it easier for you. I already talked about automation. It's something we have done. Everybody here has confirmed that we'll have our regulations. Yes, the reason why we have those regulations is to make sure that you understand what we expect from you for everything you want to do, and then you do it. And then the reason why we automate the process is to make sure that when you have applied for a license or for any form of authorization, you will get it at the time you need it. Even this issue of a deemed approved will not even come up, because it's on process. If you have applied for a license, if we don't process that license, the system will escalate it. It will escalate until it will escalate to approval. If it has been approved wrongly, somebody will answer the question. Do you understand? So we have not even gotten to that point. But most of the times that your applications are delayed, it's not because our people are not working. Most of the times it's because you have not done what you're supposed to do, and perhaps the application may have also been rejected and you don't know. So if you have applied, we also want you to always go back to your own end of the portal to check if the application has been returned to you, because if we return it to you, that deemed approved will not apply. It means that it's with you, and we're waiting for you to address the issue before it comes back to us, and then we'll treat it. So on behalf of the authority, I can tell you that we have heard everything you said. We'll continue to improve our process, and I'm sure you will also continue to improve your process so that we can move the midstream forward.
Thank you very much. We still have one or two questions, but unfortunately we are short for time. I think, okay, question. Okay. As they said in the former session, the man with the white cap.
Good afternoon. Once again, thank you, NMDPRA. My name is Olufemi Adebayo Adewale. My question is directed to the NMDPRA.
Madam Ngozi.
Yeah, whom I actually met just before she came on stage. And you made mention of something about, you didn't use the word decommissioning, but actually yesterday I downloaded the regulation lifespan for a depot. Okay. Do you have a lifespan or a time span for the operational life of a depot? Thank you. Before you enact or enforce your decommissioning regulation. Thank you.
Okay, so it's very simple. The NMDPRA does not fix a lifespan for oil and gas facility. when you want to build a facility, usually designed, the person that designed it will design it with something in mind. So it comes from the day one, they know what they want to do. Oh, this depot, I want it to run for 20 years. So you design it to take you based on the some parameters that you factor into the design, you make it to take you to 20 years. However, it does not necessarily mean that when it gets to 20 years, you will decommission. If you have operated your facility very well, the way you're supposed to operate it, observing all the maintenances and the asset integrity management the way you ought to have done it, then even when you have gotten 20 years, the lifespan might still be close to 20 years. But what we do as regulator is, when you get to that 20 years that it has been designed to last, we will tell you to pause, reassess it, and then confirm how much life that is left in it. And then based on the life that is left on the facility, we'll now decide whether we want to do life extension or you want to operate it as it is. Now, you choose to operate it as it is. Of course, if it's 20 years, it cannot be the same, it won't be the same condition. So you might operate it under certain condition, or you might operate it as it is, maybe for another 5 years, for another 2 years, for another 3 years, as the case may be based on the study reports. You understand? Then if it is something that, oh, you see, you've not really used this facility very well, and then you still want to use it more, then you will now engage in a life extension program. In that case, you have to come back, re-engineer, see the things that you need to do to make sure that you extend the life to where you want to do. In some cases, you may even have to reduce the operating window so that you will be able to carry it to that system. So it is not something that NMDPRA does, but NMDPRA, by using our conformity assessment program, will determine what the facility has been designed to do and how long it has been designed to do it. And then we'll guide you to make sure that you operate it well, because there is 20 years. If you do not do what you're supposed to do, it might be less than 20 years. Do you understand? So that's our own work, and that's one of the areas of focus that I just mentioned, that authority is going to be paying more attention these days. You will see us talk to you on the conformity, on the asset integrity under the conformity assessment program. It's all meant to help you so that you can manage your assets effectively, efficiently, and then use it longer and also enjoy it. So, I hope I answered the question.
So on that note of enjoyment, we have come to the end of this session. No more questions, sir. Time. Okay. No more. We have passed that time. I was just trying to stick to it.
Apologies.
Okay, we still had about 3 more minutes, but I see we have no more questions. So we'll say a big thank you to our panelists and a moderator. Please give them a resounding round of applause, even as they rise for a group picture. We still have one more panel, and then we'll be having the interactive Q&A. Please stand for a group picture. And we have a token of appreciation from NMDPRA. I'd like to invite the Authority Secretary and a legal advisor, Dr. Joseph Toloronse, to make the presentation. Please give him a warm round of applause. Our final session, which is the closing panel, is from mandate to impact, implementing the PIA's host community development framework across Nigeria's midstream petroleum value chain. And I know that this will have quite a number of questions because it keeps coming up on both days. So our first speaker will do a short presentation to set the tone for our final panel, and this will be done virtually. And right after that, we'll have the panel session, Q&A, and of course, the interactive questions and answers as we wrap up. So I'd like for the multimedia team to confirm that we have the Executive Director, Health, Safety, Environment, and Community, NMDPRA, Dr. Mustafa Lamordi. Please confirm that we have him online. Okay, thank you for the confirmation. So right after this photo, we will go straight into that paper and then move to our final panel session. And then, of course, the Q&A and a lunch. So I hope we're not too hungry so that when I ask you to clap, you will do it with energy and a gusto. Big, big smiles. Once again, can you give them another round of applause? That was a very impactful conversation. I know he can hear us, so even though he's not going to be coming to the stage, you will see him on the screen for his presentation, From Mandate to Impact, implementing the PIA's host community development framework across Nigeria's midstream petroleum value chain. Please, can we give a resounding round of applause for the Executive Director, Health, Safety, Environment, and Community, NMDPRA, Dr. Mustafa Lamordi, who is joining us virtually. A warm round of applause for him. He can hear us. Dr. Mustafa, you have 10 minutes for the presentation, and then we'll move to our panel session, which will last for 40 minutes, and then 15 minutes for questions and answers before we go into our final wrap-up and then lunch. It's a pleasure to see you, sir. Please, can you unmute your mic, and let's test your volume.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. Beautiful. I don't know, do you have a copy of the presentation, or I have to share it from my screen here?
Dr. Lamordi, you can share on your screen, and you can also send it to the multimedia team, and the screen can be split into two to display it.
I think I've already sent an advanced copy.
All right.
So
multimedia, please, can you display so he can present from his slides? Over to you, Dr. Lamordi.
So can you see my screen now? Can you confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can, sir. We can see your screen, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
All right. Thank you. Let me just say, all protocol duly observed. And thank you. So over the next 10 minutes, I want to take this distinguished audience of legal counsel through where NMDPRA's host community development trust fund framework stands today, the journey that brought us here, but most importantly, where your attention as legal advisors need to be focused. So why this matter? Particularly to the legal counsel. Let me start by reframing a concept. For many of us in this room and beyond, host community development trust gets filled with was mentally under the corporate social responsibility. I want to maybe push this back gently to say that, every HCDT is a creature of, is a statutory of the law. The trust deed to your client signs, the remittance schedule it follows, the board and the structure of the HCDT, these are all binding legal instruments. They are not goodwill gestures. So 3 things should be on your radar now. First of all is regulatory exposure. It's a statutory mandate, so non-compliant operators face license sanctions and reputational risks. The contractual complexity of the HCDT, where you have the trust deeds, you have quite a number of MOUs, the JV structures that collide into what is now known as the HCDT. And what importantly, is the investment signal. At the end of the day, how clearly we resolve OPEX dispute shape, how investors, price regulatory risks in Nigerian midstream sector. So the journey so far. So how did we get here? We all know that the PIA was signed into law in 2021. And Chapter 3 of the PIA actually mandated the framework for the Host Community Development Trust Fund. And I will say from day one, from when the PIA was signed in August 2021. But I think it took us about 3 years to actually gazette the regulation of the Midstream Petroleum Host Community Development Trust Fund. And I think it's worth being honest with the audience about why and why it took us this long. We started in 2022 actually by engaging stakeholders, and if I go back to section 3 of the PIA, there's more or less what my learned colleagues here will say a lacuna in the law. We know that the provision mandated both the Commission and the authority to institutionalize and implement the HCDT. When it comes to the funding of the HCDT, there's a lacuna. It only mentioned the Commission and not the authority. And particular emphasis were made on, lease owners, not licensed operators like what we have in the midstream. So we need to engage, and we will work with our legal team in-house in the authority to engage, not just even the operators. And we had, and we're still having a bit of pushbacks, but I think there's convergence in what we need to do. So that nationwide sensitization actually, brought us to finally, by March 2024, we're able to, drive and finalize on the draft of the MP HCDT. And we kept on with the engagement. And in 2024, the regulation was gazetted after multiple rounds with our legal teams, the regulation drafting committee, external stakeholders, plus a deliberate peer review by licensees themselves to secure their buy-in. The draft was finalized. It was gazetted as MP HCDT in 2024, that October. So that's a bit of its history, actually. So what are the legal mandates? The legal foundation basically is the regulation, or if you go a step backwards, is Section 3 of the PIA, and under the PIA, Section 33 that mandated basically the authority to make regulations, but most importantly, I think Section 234 subsection 2 and Section 235 subsection 6A of the PIA. So Section 234 subsection 2 expressly empowers the authority to make regulations. So even on the basis of these provisions of the PIA, the authority has the power, to draft and gazette regulations around areas under its competence jurisdictions. So based on that, that's where the NPCG 2024 regulation was gazetted. And our role basically there, if you look at Regulation 3 of the regulation, is purely, supervisory and oversight role to make sure that licensees comply and that both the boards of the trustees and the management actually execute a project that followed the needs assessment. The funding formula is 3% of actual operating expenditure for the preceding financial year. Regulation 24, subsection 9 is worth memorizing because it excludes capex, impairment, depreciation, and any amortization from that calculation. And that exclusion is where most of the life compliance disputes sit today. There are deadlines. 2 deadlines matter most for your clients if you're a legal counsel. 12 months to incorporate your trusts from the day of our regulation, and if you look at Regulation 6, and 60 days after which, if you are silent, if you send in your application is deemed approved. So I'm moving to the next slide. So what has been our compliance pathway? From incorporation of the trust to our role as our supervisory role and oversight roles. Operationally, the pathway runs in these 5 stages that you can see on your screen. First of all is, incorporation within 12 months, as I mentioned before, under Regulation 6. A pre-approval filing, which will constitute the constitution of the trust, your trustees, the community development plan, and the fund matrix. This is under Section Regulation 7. And the authority has 60 days to make that decision in this under Regulation 8. And once you have your final approval, you can move ahead to register your HCDT with the Corporate Affairs Commission and then go ahead with your remittance obligations. So each state creates a documented regulatory record. That record is exactly what gives you certainty if a dispute or any enforcement actions ever arises. So I'm moving to the next slide. A point for our learned colleagues here. So we are the fund is divided into three distinct funds that cannot be commingled, and this is very important. So 75% of the HCDT is for capital funds for projects within the host community as per Regulation 25A. But out of that, it has to be a reserve fund invested by licensed fund managers. And then 5%, the remaining 5% is for administrative purposes of the fund. So what's the scope of applying this host community development fund? Basically, for every facility that runs within the midstream value chain, so whether it's your gas processing plant, whether it's the transport system, basically your pipeline, or any LNG, LPG, CNG, liquefaction, or your storage and terminals. So that gives that regulatory certainty and predictability that we've been talking about. You have this single framework which is applied consistently across whatever asset you have within the host community and the midstream. So the governance architects, basically, as I mentioned, I think I've mentioned this. So you have On the governance, the board of trustees must be an odd number. Normally it's capped at 9, and it's drawn from the host committees themselves. And their tenure is basically 4 years, which is renewable once. And if you look at our regulation, is clearly stated as a provision in Regulation 12. The community development plans are built on documented needs assessment, and once approved, they cannot be amended without the authority's written sign-off. And transparency is enforced through audited annual returns due by every 31st May of each year. This is backed by the authority's audit and inspection powers under Regulations 10 and 31. So what are the issues when it comes to legal matters? This was actually tested when we had our sensitization program, I think a few weeks back. Now, this is where it gets tested in practice, and where I would ask our council to lean in. Community delineation still generates a lot of disputes. Even with the distance-based test in our regulation, where we say, if you look at Regulation 5, 500 meters either side of any pipeline or 2 kilometers from a facility battery limits, we are getting a lot of issues, from communities, claiming that they want to be part of this trust, or they've been excluded from this trust. And most of the petitions we receive are centered on this. The second one is the interpretation of OPEX, which is basically contentious. For the reason I've discussed in the past, and there are certain things like the CAPEX and all that are excluded from the 3% remittance from the OPEX for the preceding year. So on enforcement, the numbers are real. There are penalties for non-compliance. And the penalties range from 100,000 per day for an undischarged or disqualified trustee to about 10 million for a fund manager who breaches Regulation 35. And when disputes do arise, Regulation 40 set a clear sequence. So first of all, you have a notice of 30 days of good faith for negotiation from the authority. And there's mediation through our ADRC, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Center, and a further 60 days, and only then that any arbitration under the Arbitration and Mediation Act 2023 can arise. So what does the road ahead looks like, and our strategic priorities going forward? From 2026, maybe in the next 2 years. So looking ahead, we're looking at 4 priorities areas. Now that we have a regulation in place, we want to see full compliance and full implementation of the HCDT across every eligible licensee. There's also a need for digital compliance, because this compliance is based, on everything is done through our portal. So we have a digital compliance through portal-based filing and audit trail. The risk-based inspection targeted at the highest risk disputes, so that we don't have any dispute at the end of the day. But we also continue to educate ourselves. We also continue to engage ourselves, by having capacity building programs, engagement with key stakeholders, like what we're doing today with the operators, stakeholder panel for trustees and community governance structure. So expected impact for us at the end of the day, if we get this right, the dividend is very tangible. We will have a more peaceful host communities, sustainable development outcomes, stronger investor confidence, because compliance pathways are predictable, and an uninterrupted energy security across the midstream value chain. So here is my one, this is my final slide actually. Here is my one key takeaway, for all our council here and our attendees. The host community development trust implementation is the authority's clearest prove that regulatory certainty and community impacts are not competing goals. They are the same goals seen from the law on one side and from practice on the other side. So my direct ask to legal counsel in this room is to engage early on trust deed structure, on OPEX definition, on phone account mandates, and on dispute resolution clauses. The cause of ambiguity only rises after final approval. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa Lamordi, for setting the tone with that presentation. We'll now move to our final panel session. Again, it's on From Mandate to Impact, implementing the PIA's host community development framework across Nigeria's midstream petroleum value chain. Please put your hands together as I invite the moderator for this panel, Senior Associate at Templars, Munachiso Michael. And my panelists, Dr. Mustafa Lamordi, Executive Director, Health, Safety, Environment, and Community, NMDPRA. He's already on the call, and he'll join virtually. And then we also have the Group Head, Legal and Company Secretary, Oil Serve Limited, Humphrey Onyoku. A warm round of applause for him, please. And the final panelist is the secretary, the company secretary at Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited, Chimenerem Ikechi Eshiet. Please put your hands together. Please continue applauding till Chimenerem gets to the stage. Our final panelist is unavoidably absent, so we'll just have the same time. And then please remember that we have 10-15 minutes for questions. And let's also be very mindful because we still have the Q&A wrap-up, and then we break for lunch and close the event. So over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our final session today. I hope it will be worth your wait and probably turn out to be the best of the lot. So I want to thank Dr. Lamode for the presentation. He has pretty much set the ball rolling and has made my work a lot easier, even giving us answers to some of our questions, which we will discuss in detail here. Now, we've talked about the PIA being 5 years old now. Now, for many, the PIA is different things. For some, it's a fiscal reform. For others, it's institutional restructuring, while for another few, which another law we will be discussing today, it's a community development framework. My panelists here will be discussing some of the key issues which have pretty much plagued the passage of the PIA and the provisions of Chapter 3 relating to the creation of a host community development fund. I'm joined here by my esteemed colleagues and panelists, and I'm going to start by asking one of the key questions that continues to arise. And this question, I would like to direct it to Dr. Lamode because he is the authority on ground. And the question is, does the host community development trust obligation apply to midstream operators? Now, I'll give you the reason for this question. If you look through Chapter 3 of the PIA, the Act continues to make reference to settlor. The obligations are that of the settlor. And the PIA, in defining a settlor, defines a settlor as a holder of a petroleum PPL or PML, which are upstream licenses. Now we have a host community development regulation passed by the authority, which has pretty much provided rules that will guide operators in the midstream sector. Now lawyers, being lawyers, we like to take things on face value. So Dr. Lamode, if you will oblige me, how do we tie or how do we really bring in this host community development trust obligation into the midstream petroleum sector. Does it really apply to midstream and downstream operators?
Thank you so much, moderator. This is a very, I think, difficult, important question that I think and that we need to start with, and it actually lays the foundation of whatever we're doing today. If we get this wrong, then the foundation is very, very weak, and anybody can come and challenge us. But let me just start by saying, the premise itself needs correcting before the administrative law question can be answered. Midstream operators were never going to hold a PPBL or a PML. You only get that, in the upstream regime. So this instrument actually belongs to the upstream operation by statutory design. And so when you look at the HCDT regulation applied to a holder of a license engaged in a midstream petroleum operation as prescribed in section 318 of the Act, and also our regulation 2 that follows. And regulation 44 also defines licensee and license independently of the PPL and the PML. So a license issued by authority specifically for midstream or downstream operations, the obligation is not an extension of the upstream instrument to operators who lacks it. It is actually a self-standing application of Chapter 3 of the instrument midstream operation. So regulations that were made, as I mentioned in my presentation, were actually taken from Section 33 of the PIA and Section 234 subsection 2 and Section 235 subsection 6A of the PIA. So if you look at Section 234 subsection 2, as I mentioned, it expressly empowers the Commission and the authority here, as mentioned, as I'm now quoting the PIA, to make regulation, and it's based on this. Even based on this alone, the authority, went ahead, because this is the area of host community under Chapter 3 is under the authority's competence jurisdiction, to actually draft the midstream and downstream regulation on host community, which is distinct, from what you have with the Commission. So it is a regulation that applies to all the provisions in an obligation that are subject to every licensee, within, that competence is fairly, within that. We're not borrowing anything from the upstream and machinery. It's just in operationalizing it. It's a parallel statutory mandate using the authorities on delicate power. So that actually sets the face. This is the regulation was drafted and gazetted based on the authorities' power to do that. So the authority has the power to gazette any regulation. And so an operator must, must viably challenge. It's not a PPL or a PML obligation. That argument misread the regulatory architecture. The more defensible line will also be misread, be an argument that says Chapter 3 drafting and Section 240 subsection 2 that talks about the 3% formula, that actually excludes the authority, which is just conceived as an upstream thing only, stretches and delegated beyond what the intent of the National Assembly is in drafting this regulation. So what we actually did is to borrow on that as an extension, but the authority has the power to draft the regulation. So what we did was within the powers of the authority. I think I would like to stop there here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, and thank you for establishing a legal basis for why we are here. Now we understand why the NMDPRA has passed a regulation making provisions for host community development trust. I'm going to harp on what you said about the 3% contribution and then latch on to another dispute. In fact, I will ask this question to Chinemerem first, and then I will ask you, Doctor, to also give us what you take. Now, the question is the 3% contribution formula adequate? Now, why? If you notice, with regards to contributions in the sector, it's usually a percentage of your profit, but this particular one says 3% contribution. Now, it is 3% of the actual annual operating expenditure of the preceding financial year is what you are to contribute to the host community development fund. Now, players in the industry have said, especially the host communities have said, how do we even determine this 3% is not enough? Why don't you peg it to their profit so that it's easily determinable from their financial statements and the like? So, Chinemerem, I will ask you, should NMDPRA use these regulatory instruments to expand this contribution base, for example, by tying contributions to revenue or profit, rather than operating expenditure, or would such expansion require legislative amendments?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for that question. I'll start from the first one, which is whether the 3% is sufficient. And I would like to say that it depends on the context from which we look at it. And I would want to also imagine that the draftsman was trying to avoid a situation where you make the settler or the operator the sole contributor to the trust fund. So what that means is, for the trust fund, under section, I think 237, the trust can receive donations, from other people. So what that means is that the settler or the operator is not the sole contributor. So if we look at it cumulatively, we would see that, yes, it is adequate. So you also want to limit their control, because if you have a situation where the settler alone contributes more than 3% or so much more, they would of course want to have total control over the trust fund. So now imagine where there are also donations coming in from other people into that trust fund, and again the trust is tax exempt. Yeah. So you don't have to pay tax on whatever comes to the trust fund, making the money more available or sufficient for the host communities. So with that, I want to say that I believe it's sufficient for the host communities. That it's not the only source of income or funds. Again, if you look at section 239 of the PIA, it says that notwithstanding the provisions of the Act, nothing shall preclude the host communities from their entitlements under any other law. Yesterday, I remember your question was asked as to whether there's an overlap between yes, you asked that question, whether there's an overlap between the Local Content Act and this fund. So what the PIA clearly states is that this fund does not preclude the host community from their entitlements under any other law. So they all can coexist. There is no overlap, meaning that you have enough resources. The host communities have enough resources that could be used for their development. So that is that on sufficiency. Again, on whether the authority can increase the number, I don't think they can, because the PIA is very explicit. It says not only the rate, but the base for contribution, which is the operating expenditure. So for you to change that, you're touching on a core subject of the PIA that would need parliamentary approval. So it's not something that the authority can regulate on, because the purpose of the regulation is simply to guide the operators on the implementation of the PIA, not to change it or to amend it in any way. So if we're talking about increasing the percentage, this is an amendment, a fundamental amendment that would need parliamentary approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very robust. Dr. Lamode, I would like to get your thoughts on this. I know this is me putting you on the spot, but I would think that it would be important to get the authority's voice on this. With regards to the 3% contribution, what really formed the decision for this particular amount? And does the authority consider that this is robust enough to satisfy the purpose for that Chapter 3 of the PIA, which relates to Host Community Development Fund?
Thank you, moderator. I think I would like to carry on from where my fellow panelist stopped. I think she actually did justice to that question. But just from the authorities' perspective, I would also like to reiterate that, amending that is will require legislative amendment. So it's not a regulatory action. And the reasoning is structural, not just policy reference. And if you look at Regulation 24, subsection 1, it says that contribution at 3% of actual operating expenditure. And this is deliberately mirroring the metric that the National Assembly set for the upstream SCDT in section 240 subsection 2 of the Act. So NMDPRA or the authority did not invent the OPEX basis. It tracked a legislative choice already been part of the PIA. Regulation 24 subsection 9 does show that the authority exercises interpretive latitude within that metric. So excluding the capex, as I mentioned, any depreciation or amortization, but interpreting what counts as OPEX is qualitatively different from replacing OPEX with revenue or profit as a funding basis. So swapping the matrix entirely will not be interpretational, if you look at the PIA. It will basically substitute the intent of the PIA by the National Assembly, with the regulators' own choice. And our job as regulators is basically, to implement the regulations and provisions of the PIA, not to change it. Any changes will require that parliamentary amendment. So the other part of the question is, should we look at other source of funding, like the revenue or profit-based formula rather than the OPEX, and this will basically change the economic structure of the whole thing. And of the obligation, and profit is volatile and very contestable in a way OPEX is not, and our revenue also ignore cost structure that entirely. So that is precisely the kind of substantive changes that exist, what regulation on areas within the competence. And under section 234 subsection 2 of the PIA, which permits that latitude. So it will very likely draw a successful, challenge if any attempt is made to change that without going through the parliament. So if host communities now, if you're coming from the angle of host community and they're looking for, it's not enough, or they want an increase, or they are advocating for a place for this action, I think the technicality, sound and politically available alternative, as I said, tightening the OPEX definition for that. So the authority has that latitude, through the guidelines. And if you look at Regulation 53 of the NPSCDT allows that. For instance, you can clarify treatment of intercompany charges or shared service allocation rather than contesting the OPEX basis itself, So our advice, to legal counsel, is to engage on the definition so that we get it precisely where the authority has that genuine latitude to resist, conflating that with the base formula question, why it does not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. It's really comforting and encouraging the way you are churning out the provisions of the regulation. Shows that you've really immersed yourself in it. So I'm going to go, so Chinemere, you said something about the PIA, the provisions for the Host Community Development Fund is like no other law can usurp this provision. But now there's a very keenly contested point within the Act, which is the sabotage for fixture clause. And Humphrey, I'm going to ask you a question on that. Now, this is very contested because what the Act says is that if vandalism, sabotage, or civil unrest attributable to a host community results in damage to petroleum facilities or disruption of production, that community may forfeit its Host Community Development Trust Fund. entitlements, equivalent to the cost of repair or damage cost. Now, the problem here from a legal perspective is how do you come about a blanket punishment without fair hearing? There's a fair hearing issue in this. Now, there was a case that got to the Federal High Court where a civil society group challenged this same provision to say, we are going to punish us. How do you even determine the cause of the sabotage, who is responsible, and how do you even make it the responsibility of the community to suffer for this? Now, my question is, following that decision and, with regards to fair hearing, what's a practical obligation that General Counsel needs to take cognizance of in advising clients on documenting incidents with regards to this sabotage and, how the evidential burden will sway? What do you think that General Counsel needs to take cognizance of so that you are able to prove or disprove such sabotage?
Okay, yeah. Thank you for that question. And before I even address it, I would want to also thank the Commission, or the authority, for inviting us to this panel, particularly myself, my organization. I work with OISAF. We are one of the foremost EPC contractor in the country and also beyond. And sometimes when these conversations happen, we are left out in the room because meanwhile we have a critical stake because in the curve, in the service delivery curve. So to address your question first, before I will also pivot to a conversation that happened yesterday. What is paramount or key with this sabotage publicity clause is for us to understand that the underlying philosophy for the HCDT is about building a co-creation or this one? Okay. It's about building a co-responsibility relationship between the community and the operator. So it's important to bear in mind that's the underlying philosophy driving the HCDT, right? Because the precursor with the GMOs and all of that started that journey. So the whole essence is to tie responsibility so that the community also have some level of ownership with activities in their locality. So placing that responsibility on them certainly is not, I wouldn't want to, for us to go technical about is there a room for fair hearing or not fair hearing, but it's for us to keep tab with the whole essence of this whole setup, because it's about building governance, a framework around that relationship. So from a practical standpoint, what is critical or key is setting a very strict governance framework around that setup in terms of making sure that the organization, the governance are properly set up of HCDT. And with that in place, it engenders the kind of relationship that needs to support such facilities not to be victims of this sort of sabotage issues. I think we have also seen the results if you follow some of those NMDPRA reports. When they issue report on instance of vandalism, they have also premised the fact that there has been a substantial decrease by virtue of the fact that some level of strategic relationship has been built between the organization or the operator and the community to have a co-responsibility over facilities within their domain. So from a practical standpoint, one, I don't consider I sort of appreciate the thinking of or the ruling of the judge in that matter by obviously dismissing that the way which he did, because this is also to save the whole essence of the HCDT, because if that fabric is removed, that could obviously impact on the success stories that we've listened to the State Director talk about the journey with the HCT. And to build on that, it's important that the philosophy that underlines it is sustained and kept by virtue of even the court's
supporting that spirit so that we don't lose those gains by trying to erode the level of trust and relationship this framework is set up to do. So what is key, from a practical standpoint, is about having a governance set up around that and have it properly organized and run in the colors of the fact that there is, basically processes to enable that relationship to exist, communications and correspondences. So even where there are grievances, that governance will also have a grievance resolution mechanism well institutionalized in the process to manage these issues. So with that whole philosophy that is driving the HCT is retained and sustained so that we can also gain the value and the benefit of what it's meant for.
Thank you very much. That's very clear. And you've talked a lot about governance, and it gives the picture that the responsibility is not just that of the operator or the settler, but also that of the community. And that takes me to my next question, because now we're looking at the PIA and how it's worded. And one of the first things that jump at you is the constitution of the board of the Host Community Development Trust. The Act says that the settler, which is the operator or the oil company, appoints members of the board. Yes, while they appoint them from the host community and the host community is represented. But my concern is the governance integrity and who in essence controls the trust. What legal mechanisms or regulatory safeguards can General Counsel build into trust constitutions to insulate, Chinemere, I'll be asking you this question, to insulate the Host Community Development Trust governance from operator influence? There's a popular saying, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. So is the operator who is appointing the board of trustees, do they now call the shots? So what safeguards have to put in place to ensure that operator influence is kept under check while maintaining the settler, who is the operator's legitimate interest in accountability for fund deployment?
Thank you very much. That's an interesting question. So for me, looking at the PIA, again, I can see that it says that the constitution of the HCDT will allow the Host Communities Development Trust to manage and supervise the administration of the fund. However, managing is different from controlling. So you could be managing a business, a fund, but you may not have total control over it. Again, the settler gets to appoint the members of the Board of Trustees for the fund. So just like you said, whoever plays the piper dictates the tune. So if I'm going to appoint members of a board, it would just mean that I would have certain level of control over that board. If you look at the PIA again, it is littered with a plethora of control measures or powers given to the settler. For instance, the settler can determine the number of the Board of Trustees, can reduce their frequency of meetings, can decide not to fund the reserve fund. So all of these are control, right? Whichever way we want to look at it, these are control measures, powers given to the settler or the operator to actually be in control of how this trust fund is managed. Again, this may not be too good because, like I said earlier, the 3% contributed by the settler is not the only revenue or fund available in the trust fund. So if you're asking the settler to incorporate the HCDT to determine the members of his board of trustees, albeit in consultation with the community, and you're giving them all of these other powers to determine how many meetings they can have, to determine to stop funding the reserve fund, you are inadvertently giving them control over the trust fund. So as General Counsel, I would want to imagine that the GC incorporating the trust fund is working for the settler, right? So, I mean, why would I want to limit the powers of the settler I work for over the trust fund? if that makes sense. I would want, of course, my employer or clients to have control over the trust fund because they are the ones registering the trust fund and I work for them. So I think the question would be, the more appropriate question would be, how can counsel or advisors to the community, the host communities, make sure that the HCDT is insulated from the control of the settler? Actually, looking at the PIA, there is really not much that they can do, if we're being honest. Because like I said, there is a list of different ways that the settlers can control that. So that now may bring us back to the regulator or to the parliament, to say, let us look for ways. I understand there's an amendment bill in the pipeline somewhere. We could try to incorporate this and make this a point to consider. How do we separate the settlers' influence, or how do we insulate the host community's development trust from the influence of the settler? Because in the PIA as it is, that is very difficult to achieve. So I'm thinking that if it is something that can be incorporated into the amendments to ensure that there are at least certain diversities. Some have argued actually that if you could make the powers or the functions of the HCDT Board of Trustees more functional, so you can separate their functional roles from the oversight that the settler has over them. But again, the PIA lists the number of things that should be in the Constitution. So most of all of those things are already taken care of and provided for. So I'm thinking that we could go back to the Parliament to say, please help us to separate these two and reduce the influence that the settler has over the HCDT. Thank you.
Thank you. That means this is an issue that is not going away soon. From what I hear, because the host communities are always going to want to exercise some level of control. The settler will also want to exercise, like you have said, control. Now, it brings me to a different conversation. We've had several divestments, mergers and acquisitions, sales, and all that in the sector lately. Now, this obligation ought to run with the asset, right? Now, so my question to you, Mr. Humphrey, will be the rights versus the limitations. What specific due diligence items should General Counsel insist on in midstream mergers and acquisition transactions? And how should successor liabilities for outstanding trust contributions be structured in these sale and purchase agreements?
Okay, thank you for that. Even before I would deal with it, and also because of time as well, there is one issue I wanted to talk about because it came up strongly yesterday. Yeah. I think that came from Frank. And I think it was a question that was posed to the panel yesterday, but they were not really the panel for the HCDT, but it came up, where the particular reference to him, he was asking that the multiplicity of host community type, there is NCD regulation on host community, as well as the same that you see in the HCDT under the authority regulations. And if the communities are not being shortchanged in terms of the fact that there are multiplicity, and which could also lead to some level of erosion. Yeah. But there's also a missing link as well, which my appeal to the authority would be to also have a look at this as well, so that because the gains or the objective or the philosophy around having HCDT harmonized under a regulation, first under the PIA, giving life to it, and then the regulations to then give effect to the implementation, is to sort of bring some level of governance around host community, which is a critical stakeholder for any the oil and gas value chain. But but the focus has always been on the licensee. So essentially, the oversight has been placed on licensee. So in the case of the operator, and you're looking at when the project has gone live. But in that ecosystem as well, there are also critical stakeholders who have critical role to play prior to for a project going live. So for example, using migration as an example, OilServe, for example, OilServe has been involved in about 80-90% of the gas infrastructure in Nigeria in the past 30 years. They're involved in the AKK, the OB3, and the like. Now, as an APC contractor, you're not a licensee, right? So, but at project inception, you are building a pipeline, for example. You are interfacing with a lot of communities. Now, that ecosystem is not within the framework of a HCDT, but that has a critical impact on project delivery, project cost, because of the interfaces they're going to engage. For example, on the AKK section that we're working with, is a 300-kilometer stretch, cutting across Kogi State, Abuja, Niger State, over 100 communities. But at that space is essentially because the HCT kicks in when there's a project. When this project has gone live, then there's obligation to set up a HCT and the governance around it. But prior to that, there's also the NCD, there's also this host committee push and shove, which HCT is trying to solve. What has been in that space has been what we call some kind of FTO setup, which it is an uncharted territory, there's no governance. So what we try to say is that since we're not involved in this kind of conversations, a missing piece in the ecosystem is the service delivery angle that should come within the ambit of regulation oversight, so that that governance is across board. And then that setup up. So I believe if we are to talk about improvement to the regulation, I think that's an area some attention should be paid to. And these are what I feel should be some kind of takeaway from this session as a way of how do we bring governance and sort of structure to ensure that what is perceived to be the key objective of having a host community development trust is also enshrined, and because the precursor is the GMOU, but that is what, because of the uncharted around the GMOE setup, that's why I have this. But in this other service delivery side, you have FTOs all over the place, no clarity. It only depends on to what extent of hand twisting it can push. So if we bring a regulatory oversight as well and some level of governance, then it presents some kind of structure and organization to also enable projects to be delivered within cost and on time. And then the true gains that we expect from this sort of structure is also cascaded down. So that would be my take to the authority as an area of engagement.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. That was very insightful, because now we know where the pain points, where it pinches. And that's why, OilServe is very important on this panel. I've always thought about the AKK pipeline that cuts across states. And in determining what host communities you will deal with, if we go strictly by the definition of host communities in the Act, then you have host communities, so many of them. And then we have to determine how are you going to contribute your 3% to all these communities you cut across? So yeah, this is a very good point, but I'm not going to dwell on that. I'm just going to go now to another issue, a very critical issue, which is an issue of dispute resolution. Dr. Lamode touched on it briefly in his presentation, but now I want to bring it as a topic. Dispute resolution is important. In fact, whenever you're making any law, it's very important that you have a dispute resolution clause. When drafting all these contracts, it's important to have dispute resolution clause. And not just any dispute resolution clause, a commercially viable dispute resolution mechanism. We see situations where projects you have injunctions in court that pretty much freeze the projects. So now what we're asking here is, Dr. Lamode, this question is for you. Which courts, which should the NMDPRA consider requiring alternative dispute resolution clauses in the host community development trust constitutions as a condition of regulatory approval. And if you consider this important, what are the limits of the NMDPRA's own adjudicatory authority over trust disputes? Because from what Mr. Humphrey has said now, and from how we have seen the stretch of how these host communities will be determined, we're looking at disputes that, because how do you tell me my community does not qualify and this other community qualifies? Meanwhile, I can see the pipeline that runs right through my community. So, sir, please guide us here. Should there be a dispute resolution clause that will be included in these host community development constitutions to ensure that some of these disputes do not impact the core operations that are being carried out by operators?
Thank you very much. I'm not a lawyer by profession, so I'll rely on the provisions of the PI and the regulations to answer this question. But before then, I just want to make a simple point. We in the authority, we shy away from using settlers. Because if you look at the PRA, settlers are defined as holders of PPL and PML. So the issue of, and in the authority, we don't issue PPL and PML, we only issue, licenses. So we rather than, talking about calling settlers, we rely on, we say license operators. So going by your question, should the authority consider requiring an ADR clauses in the HCDT constitution? And I say, this will not require any new primary registration. And as I mentioned, if you look at the NP HCDT, clearly, there are requirements, submission of a proposed trust constitution for pre-approvals. And also, the authorities also empowers to issue guidelines, frameworks, rules, name it, templates for effective implementation of this HCDT. So since even within the regulation, if you look at Regulation 40, it already establishes the notice, then mediation, then arbitration in this sequence as the regulatory default for all HCDT, all dispute within the HCDT. Requiring a standard ADR clause in every constitution will simply, contractualize what this Regulation 40 already imposes. So the limit of our NMDPRA's adjudicatory authority is basically, if you look at the real limits, as I mentioned, is Regulation 40. We can draw our powers explicitly from it. And subsection 7 of that Regulation 40, the authority's role is basically a mediatory role. We are just to mediate when there's a dispute between whether it's the community and the operators or license holders. So the midstream and downstream, we also have the midstream and downstream petroleum Alternative Dispute Resolution Center that appoints a mediator. So the authority does not adjudicate rights. Any settlement reached is final and binding under Regulation 40, subsection 9 by force of the parties' agreement, not by force of regulatory order, which is a meaningful different legal basis from a court of judgment.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, round up.
So I just want to make this point, most point, if you look at, I'm just drilling down on that Regulation 40, subsection 11, final resolution of any dispute by the authority shall not increase the budget of the trust unless the dispute relates to inaccurate calculation of the budget. That is the regulation which expressively, fends off the authority from using dispute resolution to the legislate contribution level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you for pointing us to the ADR mechanisms provided by the authority. Our time is up, and in fact, I was skeptical in the beginning that what will my panel say for an hour? We were having a conversation about an hour is so long to talk, but then we've not even exhausted our questions. But then it's time to throw the questions to the House. Over the 2-day period, there have been questions about host communities, so we would like to, oh wow, this is encouraging. I see hands springing up quickly. So please, when you ask your question, you please identify the member of the panel you want to address your question. Or anybody can take it if you don't have any specific choice. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Franklin Ofua. I work for a law firm called Legal Works Associates, and I'm here at the behest of PNG Gas. I have done exhaustive work on host communities, and so I would beg to differ with a few of the comments that has come from the panel, especially the lady in green, with specific response to the issue of control by, I don't like the word settlor, to allied companies over HCDTs. You know, the way this works is that the HCDTs are controlled by two separate laws. The Corporate Affairs Commission has a big hand in this, aside the authority. If you go to the extant provisions of the PIA, it says before the companies appoint the board of trustees, there must be a community engagement forum from where the trustees are nominated. The company is only a rubber stamp. Without those nominations coming from the Okpa locals and the AZs, all you're doing is an absolute waste of time. The governance structure is so strong that the company has no hold on any of those things. There's a management committee that is broken into two arms, the executive and the non-executive. And those are controlled by the communities. Then there's an omnibus body called the advisory committee that is a nominee of the host communities that form that trust. The only way companies can control trust is through the nomination or the appointment of the secretary of the board of trustees, which is their sole prerogative, and the management of the fund matrix. There are separate accounts that will be opened on the fund matrix, and some of those accounts has the companies as signatories to those accounts. Finally, just to round up, the companies, I disagree again, do not have an overarching control over host communities. It's actually the committees themselves that control the board of trustees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. That's shed light to a pressing issue, and that's very helpful because the communities actually would rather have more control over how these funds are administered. So can we get the next question? Well, there are several questions. Compare, how much time do we have? Okay. So can we have questions, like, let's keep it short so that we could attend to all other questionnaires.
Yeah, so my own is also some form of clarification. My name is Innocent.
Okay.
So also the panel members made mention of the funding of the HCDT and said that the law also provides, except for the 3% OPEX, the law also mandates contributions, gifts, and the rest. My clarification is to the extent that the only part of those funding that is regulated is the 3% OPEX. Every other thing the law provides is not mandated, because gifts, honorarium, and the rest of it, you can't mandate anybody to give you that. It's only the settlor that are mandated to pay the 3% OPEX, and if you don't pay it, there are penalties attached to it.
Yeah.
So looking at the way the HCDT is structured currently in Nigeria, the only funding available is 3% OPEX. I just thought I should provide that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. But the point was actually clear. Contributions are voluntary. It's ex gracias. Okay, so we have some questions this side, please. Can we?
Members of the Nigerian International Nigerian Committee on the Negotiation of Bilateral Investment Treaties. So the issues of host community issues usually come up during our negotiations. It's very, very educative to hear that the PIA and the regulations have provided for host community issues, because these are one of the issues that come up during negotiations. And when you state that there is need for a balance of rights and obligations of host states, it becomes a problem with your negotiation partner. So I'm very happy that host community issues have come up. So my question here is, how can we create a balance? Because it came up during the session. Question is, how can we create a balance between the rights of these host communities and the obligations of the settlers or the company? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariam Adebayo. I'm a lawyer. I work with 10 Plus. So I have a question regarding the applicability of host community, HTT generally. So if you look at the provision of the PIA, right, in terms of the people that are eligible to incorporate a trust, you will see what the PIA's obligation to incorporate a license holder, right? So it sort of enlarge the scope of application beyond what the PIA provides. If I'm going by a literal interpretation, like what Dr. Tolorushe told us yesterday, it means if I owned a vessel coastal license as a midstream player, I have an host community obligation, part the provision of the regulations. But that is not what the PIA intended for that provision to operate as.
So sorry, the question, please.
That's the question.
It's because of the time. I
okay,
know
so my question is, there is a need to reconcile that provision of the PI and the regulation. Is the authority looking at issuing a guideline, a policy to clarify? Because from where we sit as legal advisors, and when you do due diligence, when you do transaction M&As in this sector, these are knotty issues that the lender or the buyer or the sellers, as the case may be, are confronted with. So there's a need to address that misalignment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
That's a very good question.
Okay.
In fact, it ties to the first question I asked.
Sorry, can we just take all the questions? And please, I know we've almost spent 10 minutes just asking questions. So we'll just take 2 more, and then it will be addressed in like 5 minutes, because we still have the Q&A wrap up. So in case your question is not answered in this panel, there's still the Q&A. Okay. Okay, I defer to the authority. All right, please, let's have the questions. But let's keep it as brief as possible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tolufa Dupe, Sahara Energy. I just wanted to mention in response to, sorry, what's the name, sir? Franklin. My own view, I sit as the secretary to the OML 148 HCDT, and it's been tough, right? First-hand experience, I can tell you that my conclusion is that the PIA and the whole HCDT structure is still the way we describe it, is still a work in progress. We all believe we are learning. As much as the PIA doesn't give room for, as much as the PIA gives a lot of discretion to the MANCOM, Advisory Committee, BOT and all that. In fact, you hear the BOT members...
So sorry, please could you just land on the question? Because it seems like it's a response, and let's know who you're directing it to.
It's not, it's...
Sorry, we need to just stick to questions, if you don't mind. Just questions, please, please. During the Q&A wrap-up, we can do the feedback mechanism when we're doing the Q&A wrap-up with NMDPRA, but just questions.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwaseyi Ibeon.
I work with Ocean Marine Solutions Limited. My question borders on his response on they determine the cause of the sabotage. So is there something like that for NMDPRA in respect of that?
Thank you for the question. Please,
Thank
can we have 5 minutes on the timer?
Thank you very much for the questions.
I don't know if we can still take that. I see. Is that a question or is it a response? Please, very briefly. Very, very briefly.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Damilola Oripoyaku, GTL Energies. I'm not a lawyer, and so I'll certainly keep it short. My question is directed to NMDPRA. If a solution provider or a service provider wants to provide services or products to the host communities, how would such a provider, a consultant or solution provider, reach the different host communities?
Thank you for that. All right. Okay, just that one more, and that's it. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bobby Bublem from PNG Gas Limited. My question is regarding the 3% annual expenditure that was copied from upstream and now transferred to midstream companies. For a gas stripping company, a gas processing company, is the cost of gas included in this 3%? Because if the cost of gas is included, then the business may not be sustainable. So I'm pleading for the authority to review the 3% so that it will be sustainable for businesses to
So it's
operate.
a question and a plea.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We can't take any more. So as I said, there's a Q&A wrap-up with NMDPRA right after this panel, and then we have lunch. So I'm also very mindful because it's almost 3:30 p.m. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, and I'm very encouraged by the responses. We expected this because we are all host communities, if you look at it very well. Everybody, it's a pain point that touches you one way or the other. So we're going to take the questions one after the other. There are more questions for Dr. Lamode, but there is one that, Humphrey, I want you to answer. There's one I directed to you to please just respond to that, then I will direct the ones to Dr. Lamode.
That's a question with lady over there about balance, right?
Yes.
About balance between the host community and the settler, the company. How I want to address this is that the whole it is not talking about balance, it's not a confrontational objective. They are not anti to each other. Rather, I think the balance is anchored on the principle or the philosophy that is underlying the setup, is to create that harmonious relationship whereby both are partners, co-partners on those facilities within the locality. So from that angle, it is about a relationship. So that balance exists. So as long as you see it from there, but I saw from some of the comments that was also coming around, it looks as if with the issue of control, for example, now it looks as if control is more about driving an agenda. But I would say that if we still stick to the philosophy that drives this, then control issues or not shouldn't be, but rather it's about having great company and the community.
Thank you very much. And I like that point because if we look at where we're coming from with regards to host communities, vandalism, and the militant struggle, you see why this Host Community Development Fund initiative being a law is important. Previously, it was like a corporate social responsibility. You either do scholarship for us or you build borehole for us. But now it's an obligation which is punishable if you fail to obey.
Which is why the whole ecosystem was put in that governance framework, so that the gains cascade across board.
Awesome. So, Dr. Lamode, you have questions that require your input. I will start first with the question by a lady who says that there is a lacuna in the law, which is like there's some ambiguities with regards to the applicability of how do we tie it? If we're advising a midstream client, where do we point this client to say, look, this host community development trust initiative is your obligation and not just an upstream obligation? I talked about the definition of settlor, but now you can see also all the other designated facilities, and all those definitions tend to litter obligations all around the place. So can you tie it in for us, that particular question? Thank you.
Directed to me. So I'll take them one by one, and I'll start by, what you just said. And I think during the course of the panel discussion, I mentioned that in the NMDPRA, we kind of shy away from using settlor. Basically, the fact that settlors, as defined in the PIA, in administering any regulation, legal certainty and predictability is essential for both investors and host community. So the PIA, obligation on designated facility, whereas if you look at our regulations, we refer to facilities as licensed holders. These terms are not read together. They may appear to, if they are read together, they appear to be a broader. Normally, the regulation gives effect to the PIA, not expanding it. So the preferred interpretation is that reference to license holders should be understood as license or permit holders in respect to designated facilities covered by the PIA Act. So in my view, this is actually a drafting issue rather than a policy issue. The policy intent of the PIA is clear: to ensure that sustainable development of host communities while providing regulatory certainty for investors. So our task as really we are going to look at. The next question I noted that is actually related to NMDPRA is the issue of alignment with NOSDRA.
Yes.
Yeah, so NMDPRA and NOSDRA have two distinct statutory mandates. Both those mandates are, even though those mandates are complementary, making collaboration and for the benefit of the nation is necessary. So we collaborate with NOSDRA. So if you look at under the PIA, NMDPRA is responsible for regulating both technical, commercial activities in a sustainable response and coordinate the management of spill and spill incidents, and to ensure, remediation of these incidents according to the law. So there are areas where this responsibility naturally intersect, and we normally, basically when it comes to environmental responses and emergency preparation, data sharing, joint inspection. So there is a need for collaboration, which is ongoing between NOSDRA and the NMDPRA, the service. The authority. The third question, which I also want to talk about, if there's a question about a service provider who wants to provide service to community. So how will he now be able to reach to this community? So if you look at under the HCDT framework, a service provider should not approach individual communities independently to offer service. Instead, the engagement should be through the governance structures that is established under the trust. So a typical pathway is for the service provider to identify any host community development trust, engage the trust management or the board of trustees in accordance with the procurement process, and governance procedures of the trust. Then they can now propose the services they want to render to this particular trust. And if approved, and I'm very sure you'll be able to render such services. So these are the three key questions that I noted that are directed to the authority. Thank you.
Doctor, there's one more, and the gas man said something about 3%.
Yes.
Does it?
Yes.
Cost of gas included in the calculation of the
3%? Yeah. So this is so this is a very also good question, and I think we've been approached and had several engagement and discussion when it comes to the legitimate concern that has been raised by a number of operators, particularly those models that involves purchase and processing of large volume of natural gas. The key issue is meaning of what is the actual meaning of the actual operating expenditure under the PIA. The Act requires that the 3% host community development trust contribution to be calculated on the actual operating of the preceding financial year. Whether the cost of purchasing gas should form part of that operating expenditure depends on the proper interpretation of the Act. So the applicable regulation, which is basically an accounting principle, and the commercial nature of the operation actually comes to play when it comes to that. So if you are looking at it from operators' perspective, the argument is that the cost of gas is essentially they are using gas as a feedstock, or which pass through cost rather than the expenditure that is incurred in the operation of the facility. And including it, could significantly increase their contribution towards the trust. So on the other hand, if you look at it from the perspective of either the community or the authority, the calculation must have a sound legal and regulatory basis. So as a regulator, we cannot simply exclude a cost item because it is commercially significant. The exclusion must be supported by law and applied consistently across the industry. So this is a conversation that is very ongoing. We'll look at it and continue to discuss, with the operators and see how implementing this will be business friendly to the operators concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I hope the man who made the passionate plea can hold on to this. The conversation is ongoing, and hopefully it will be addressed. So our time is fast spent. We're going to wrap up very briefly. So I'm going to give you, let me say, 30 seconds to a minute, if the MC will permit, to just, final thoughts. I'll start with you, Chinemerem. Final thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So as a final thought, I wanted to add something to what Dr. Lamode said. To the lady that asked the question about designated facilities, I think I heard you mention water vessels, right? Yes, so those are not designated facilities based on the definition in the PIA. So I don't think it would apply, right? And if you also look at section 40, no, not section 40 now, either section 3 or so of the regulation, it details who host communities are and what would qualify a community as a host community. So I wanted to just mention that, first of all, a water vessel is not a designated facility, and also the host communities are well listed in the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Humphrey. Okay,
for me, what I can say is, if you look from the questions and interactions, one of the most engaged has been this section on the host community issues. So that tells you that this is quite high on the top burner. So it's also a call to action to the authority as well to also appreciate the level of awareness, yes, and as to also build on that momentum, because it has to collapse their forces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to the panelists, Dr. Lamode, Mr. Humphrey, and Chinemerem. I'm very grateful for your time.
No, the final thought from me.
Dr. Lamode, I'm so sorry. I was thinking, because you have had several thoughts. But okay, let's get your final thoughts and then we wrap it up. Thank you.
And I think it's good that I mentioned this. This is an opportunity. So one key thought for me, is the success of this host community development trust will not be measured by the amount of money we contribute, but the level of trust, we build among communities, operators, and the government, so that, operators and communities, that harmonious, that relationship is very, very, very cordial. So the PIDA has provided that opportunity. For us as regulators, our commitment is to implement the law fairly, providing what everyone is hearing for that regulatory certainty and creating that enabling environment for investors. And we are also urging our operators, to comply, so that compliance is not seen as just merely a legal obligation, but an investment in operational stability for long-term business sustainability, not just for the nation, but adding value for our people and Nigeria as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you very much, panelists. We're very grateful. Thank you to the crowd for making this a very engaging session. In fact, from all the sessions I attended, this is the one that garnered the most questions, and that is very comforting because this is a very telling issue. We're going to continue talking about it until we get it right. So thank you all for your time, and I appreciate you.
Thank you so much to our able moderator and panelists. Please rise for the group picture. And yes, we'll still have a chance to ask some of your questions. I'll now like to invite Mrs. Ngozi Nwankwo, the Regional Coordinator, Southeast NMDPRA, to present our token of appreciation. Please give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. And right after that, we're going to have the Q&A. So I know we're hungry, but please, this is very important that you get all the answers directly from the NMDPRA. So please, let's keep our questions brief so we can take as many as possible. We can do the feedback mechanism during lunch. We can always write to them, but let's keep it about the questions. It's truly, truly appreciated. Thank you very much. Big smiles, please. This is our final panel, and we'll now have the interactive wrap-up. I'd like to invite the coordinator, Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Alternative Disputes Resolution Center, NMDPRA. Please put your hands together for Dr. Charles Nwachukwu. I'm sure if you clap louder, you probably get more time to ask more questions. So I think you'll do better with the applause. Right after this session, we'll have the vote of thanks, and then we'll conclude with a lunch.
So thank you, everyone. It might be suggested that we kept this panel for the last so we could keep all of you in the room and keep all of you in Abuja. I know that most of you Lagos people like to run back as quickly as possible. You don't want to enjoy the sights and sounds of our fair city, Abuja. Let me thank, I know that there will be obviously a vote of thanks by the Authority Secretary and Legal Advisor, but let me thank everyone, the panelists and the participants, all of you for your robust contributions and participation. The forum is enriched, the forum is blessed to have had you all participate so robustly. So I will take questions. Unfortunately, I had to leave a bit early yesterday due to another pressing engagement back at the office, but I will take all questions as I can now, even issues around the host community trust. To give further life to the conversation, our host community team from NMDPRA are actually here. Say hi, guys. Hello. Host community team. Oh, they're everything. Say hi. All right. I'm trying to direct your attention to where they are so that you guys can engage them. I hear you. Feedstock is a critical element in any operation, and it's something that no one wants to obviously do damage to any company here. So it's something that is a conversation that we will keep having. I know that the host community team have been looking at this very, very carefully. You see, once you raised it, the ED was quite aware of what you were talking about. So it's a conversation where we're seriously looking at that. Then in relation to, I'm just jumping into a couple of things before the mic starts going around. The lady who asked about designated facilities, I will also reiterate that, yes, 318 of the PIA has defined what designated facilities are. And the regulation speaks to midstream facilities. Now, those designated facilities are set out in 318 are midstream facilities, not even a depot. A depot is not a midstream facility. It's actually a downstream facility. But a tank farm, on the other hand, and a petroleum, a bulk storage facility is a midstream facility and ordinarily should have a host community. So, that being said, floor is open. Any questions? Yes, ma'am. And please, could you introduce yourself again? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon once again. My name is Mariam Adebayo. I'm a lawyer. I work with 10 Plus. Okay, so I have a question on decommissioning and abandonment.
Yes.
So if you look at the provision of the decom and abandonment, it says that it doesn't apply to downstream facilities except it is designated by
the authority.
The NMDPRA. Thank you very much. But I want to understand that what are the criteria that the authority use in designating a facility that is downstream, then that has a decom obligation. And when the designation is made, what form does the designation take, right? And how do you operationalize the contribution? Does it also follows what the midstream facility is required to contribute? We just want to understand the framework around the designation of the downstream facility and how you operationalize the contribution regarding that. I don't know if you can ask a second question and you take it together.
Let's take it one at a time.
Okay.
You know, I'm an old man. I like to remember this thing. All right. So let me deal. Please sit down, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can't function when a lady is standing. So decom and abandonment fund, right? Now, the PIA does not make a distinction between midstream and downstream for decommission and abandonment. But the authority recognizes that a fund, a decommission and abandonment fund, which effectively sits, not doing anything per se, is a heavy burden for a downstream, would be a heavy burden for any company, but especially a downstream company. And the downstream, we're looking at retail. Let's start from the bottom up. A skid, a retail outlet, whatever, a depot. Now, so in making the regulations, we must also apply a common sense approach. And the conversations with stakeholders when we're making these regulations in 2023, these issues came up. So we said, okay, fine. At the moment, let us apply, and if you take a look at the entire decommission and abandonment regime as set out in the PIA, the upstream and the midstream and downstream regulations on decom and abandonment, it's a significant obligation. And we were at a place in this country where our downstream, whilst some may say is fully formed, is undergoing a rapid transition. All right? So we have to support this. Our intention is never to hurt a business. It will never be our intention. Therefore, we took a decision that, look, application to the midstream facilities for now, which we feel are facilities that when you want to decommission them, will require the fund. In case something happens, they will require the fund. But it is easier to basically get rid of a filling station, convert a filling station to something else. I know Greenville is in that space. Where's Ngozi? FOB. Greenville is in that space. They are converting old filling stations, right? And it's not a D&A action per se. So we were very, very particular about trying to avoid piling on cost on downstream facilities. So we said we would designate the facilities that it would apply to. We'll study it. We'll study application of the law over a period in time and then decide. But in the first instance, it would apply to midstream facilities. So that's that. Is that everything? Next question.
So the next question is on environmental remediation fund and the contribution.
Yes.
I know today there is a regulation from the authority that specifies what the contribution would be and how you would operationalize it. But conversation that we've had, right, if you're advising people on acquisition or you're trying to do a due diligence, a naughty point that comes up is, have you contributed to your EMF fund, right? And the response is, it has not been, the account has not been opened by the authority.
Opened, yes.
Exactly. So I want to understand, when will these accounts be opened? Is there a plan in phase, right? What is the action? What are the activities that the authority are currently undertaking to operationalize the contribution in terms of the opening of the account?
Okay, thank you. Right, so this will also tie into the D&A fund issue as well. So as you well know, the D&A fund is actually held by the company in a fund that is accessible, in an account that's accessible to the authority, right? The ERF, yes, we are still in the process of opening the accounts. And because of certain operational challenges due to the requirements of a TSA-style account rather than a commercial bank account, we have not yet sought to implement the regulations. We are in the process. I know Templars was probably in our last stakeholder engagement sometime last year. We're in the process of consolidating our regulations. So in a few weeks, or in a month or two, you will be finding out, you'll be seeing a new regulation. You'll be seeing what we call the midstream and downstream petroleum safety and environmental regulations. This will cover the gamut of safety, the old safety regulation, the current safety regulations, the current environmental regulations, current D&A regulations, and the current ERF regulations. So what will then happen is that the formulas will also be changed to reflect the learning outcomes over the last few years, okay? To reduce the burden, make it attractive, and also ensure compliance. So over the next we've just finished our engagement with the Federal Ministry of Justice on that. We're almost there. We're just doing a bit of internal housekeeping. We will be issuing new regulations. In fact, one of the outcomes of this forum now is that going forward, we will be inviting, we're going to set up a group, and they will be inviting your participation as a first line in any draft document we are about to issue in regulations, this entire group. So that will be, you will be our sounding board. Be hard on us, please. We want you to be difficult. When you're difficult, it ups our game, okay? We do this in ourselves. We don't have, we can't afford consultants, you know, we're not big like Templars. All right, so we will, so you will see a revised formula. You will see action on the account shortly. As I said, the significant challenge we had was that because of the government rules, we cannot speak to, and you will find the same problem with the commission. You cannot open an account. A government agency cannot open a commercial account. It must be a TSA account. And the regulation speaks to a commercial account. So we're working on that. Thank you. Next question? Or are we good for lunch? Please. The gentleman at the back, then we'll come to the lady in front. Oh, you have questions?
Good afternoon again. My name is Damilola Oripeyaku, GTL Energies.
I'm sorry, what company again?
GTL Energies.
Okay, what do you guys do?
We help with converting, number one, trading natural gas.
Okay.
We trade natural gas, but also we help industries to convert from diesel to natural gas.
I see, okay. Yes, sir.
So I had asked earlier if we wanted to approach some of the host communities, how do we go about that in an efficient manner? And the response I got, was that we need to approach the funds or the trust individually. So the question now is, how do we efficiently approach the trust?
Okay. I agree that going to them individually without trust to engage with them, how best can they do it in an efficient manner? Please introduce yourself so they can come and find you in the dark.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ayebiaren Kaidolo from NMDPRA. So we just launched the portal, the HCDT portal, and I'm thinking it would be nice to, from the portal, I think we can access the particular trust for particular communities. So that would be a good way to start. from the HCDC portal. We call it the HostCom Connect. So I think we can access the trust through the portal. Thank you.
Well, that means they have a list of all the trusts. Once the trusts are formed, once a trust is formed, it will reflect on the portal. And then they have a different access.
So, and they have different access rights. So basically, it's through the portal.
Does that help, sir? You can find them during lunch and this thing. Lovely, the three lovely ladies who are killing it in their outfits. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluchi Patience Ungu. I work with Nigerian Nuclear Regulatory Authority as a legal officer. My question stems from Mr. Adegoke's presentation when you talked about the unlocking, how to unlock growth in the midstream and downstream, and the public-private partnership. So I was actually expecting to hear, coming from a regulatory body, to see how much does the authority, the NMDPRA, partner with other regulatory bodies in ensuring compliance, because as a regulatory body, we actually do what we call regulating ionizing radiation, sources that emit ionizing radiation, which also forms part of the PIA. And then we are also a member of the stakeholders of the PIA when it was being drafted. So I just want to know, how much does the authority do in partnership with other regulatory bodies in ensuring this compliance? Because most times when we have application to issue license, we always ensure that if it has to do with a body agency, we say, okay, you have to get this requirement from NMDPRA, we have to get from NUPRC and all that before we issue our own license, because we also regulate activities in the oil and gas sector. So I just want to know, how much does NMDPRA, does in regards to partnership with other.
Thank you. Yeah, so you're a sister agency in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, so we have an obligation to partner with you. So, and you're one of the few agencies that are mentioned in the PIA and our safety and environment regulations. So the partnership for us is there. We will not issue a license for radioactive materials or for use of radioactive materials in a site without you. Obviously, we continue to work as closely as possible. The gentleman sitting next to you and I are very good friends. We see each other all the time. And we will look for ways to, shall we say, formalize such partnership, advisors and legal counsel in this thing. Yes, this is there, but internally, let's come and abuse ourselves and move on to solutions. So we will look, if we're not doing enough of that, we'll do more of that. We'll invite you over and have those conversations. Thank you very much. Next question? Yes, sir. But you just came into the room. Ijoma was before you.
Ijoma, please.
Yeah? All right.
Okay, my question basically is on the issue of your online portal. The portal for registering the host community development trust came online a couple of weeks ago. And then from the stage, we hear that, oh, you must register within the year of release of regulations. If you follow that trajectory, it means all of the midstream companies are already out of line. And now we're having difficulties in accessing the online portal. So please give us a solution on how to approach this and what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Frankly, so yes, we're at fault in that way. No, Allah. We apologize. We dobale, we beg, we say sorry. Abi? Forgive us now. Forgive us. Say I forgive you. I forgive you. All right. Now, I will hand over again to my HSEC colleagues to discuss about how to do the portal.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Yetune Ayaya, and I'm the team lead for Host Community Development Trust Administration. We are engaged with most of our operators and licensees. We've had several engagements over the years, and we want to say thank you for that collaboration and partnership. Last year, because of transparency and accountability, we decided that we don't want to go manual. We want to have a portal so that engagement and interaction can be seen by everybody. And so last year we said that instead of waiting, the portal was, they had started the portal, but we had not finished. Well, we said instead of waiting and then the host communities were agitating. And to be fair, a lot of licensees, they took the bold step to interact with us, that they are ready to set up their HCDT. So instead of them waiting, we send them some of our templates, the constitutional trust, everything that they needed to do so that they can go to approach CAC, since it takes time to do name reservation, and which they did. And we finally launched the portal in Port Harcourt, 20th of May, and most of the, our operators and licensees were there for the launching of the portal. So we gave enough time for our licensees to come and open their HCDT. So right now we have sent compliance notice, 14 days, that if people have not started, then we are going to sanction. Because we've given enough time from last year when we sent the letters out in December, we gave time till May. So so we just encourage everybody, because it's a partnership, so that there is peaceful, harmonious relationship between our licensees, operators, and the host communities, and it will be a win-win for everybody. Thank you. And if there's any question, any help you need, you can contact us in the authority, Host Community Development Trust and Petition and Dispute Resolution Unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Right, Ijoma? Oh, okay. You want to go offline? All right, fine. We'll take it offline. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? So we break for lunch. Oh, okay. Hello.
Thank you. My name is Uchechi Aliba from Orashi Petroleum. Just like what, sorry, the last...
Sorry, what does Orashi Petroleum do?
Just
for our education.
We hold a PPL and a PML.
Ah.
Yes.
Which state?
In Imo State.
Okay.
Okay, we tried to register on the website, like she said, and we could not do that. So we had to call a staff member from the authority, and they still said that they are the ones to help us to gain access to that website. So we could not go in, we couldn't register our trust fund.
Are you sure it's a midstream? You say you hold a PPL.
Yes, and a PML.
So isn't that an upstream facility?
We are doing, it cuts across.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, very good. All right. Well, so you have your, let's do this one. You have them here. Please meet with them during lunch. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I think we're good. So again, thank you, everyone. We are really, really grateful for your participation. I will hand over to the moderator who will now take us.
Thank you so much. Please let's give Dr. Charles Nwachukwu a warm round of applause. As you can see, the NMDPRA is more than happy to answer as many questions as you have. And if your question was not answered sufficiently, we still have lunch. You can always walk up to any of them. I like how you brought some people out of the dark to make sure that they know the people. So please feel free to meet them and ask questions and also give feedback so that next year when we come back, it will be bigger, better, and even more impactful. So all that is left before we go for lunch is the vote of thanks. One more time, please, can you give a warm round of applause for Dr. Joseph Tolorunshe, Authority Secretary, Legal Advisor, NMDPRA. So I thought this applause would be the strongest, considering that we're coming to the end and it's lunch afterwards. And if we really enjoyed and felt that this was beneficial, can we give another round of applause for NMDPRA?
Wow, 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 wow. I guess you will all agree with me that these last 2 days, it has been very explosive, very impactful, and very insightful discussions. And so on behalf of the Authority Chief Executive, the organizers of this program, the committees, the consultants, my colleagues. It is a great privilege and honor for me to give this vote of thanks. I will say that this forum has come to stay. You know, this is the third year we're running the program consecutively, and it has come to stay. I just want to tell all of us that this dream should never die. We should keep it alive so that next year will be greater than this. So it is a great privilege and honor for me to deliver this vote of thanks. As we bring this enlightening program into close, I wish to express our profound gratitude to everyone who has contributed to the success of this particular event. Starting from the speakers, starting from the guest speaker, who was our minister, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum Resources. Incidentally, can you imagine, I didn't even know that he's a learned colleague. I didn't know he was a lawyer until yesterday, until when we invited him. He came yesterday to testify to it. I just want to give our vote of thanks to him. He has given us good recommendations. He has given us enlightenment and impactful recommendations that we will take home as legal advisors that we will go and use in our daily work. He has also talked so much about national issues, what we need to do. Particularly, perhaps we might even get his speech yesterday and get it to all of you. Beside that, I also want to thank the organizers of this program, our MC. He has done a very wonderful job. Can you give him a round of applause? Since yesterday, he has been doing the talking. We want to thank you. Then the organizing committee, headed by Dr. Charles, who is our ADRC coordinator. He has done marvelously well. Atom Energy, thank you very much for the packaging you have done. The speakers, you know, starting from Dr. Lamode, Mr. Okoha, my good self, thank me too. Clap for me. I did very well yesterday. I didn't talk today, but yesterday I did very well. Our Iron Lady, what I mean by Iron Lady of NMDPRA, it's no other person than Ngozi Nwako. Is our regional coordinator at Enugu. I think he did justice to the discussion today. There's some areas of we don't even address yesterday, like the issue of what we call deemed approval. I think she did justice to it today, and I believe he has offered a pathway for us to resolve the issues. All your comments, all your observations, all the things you have discussed today, we're going to take it back home. We have a special rapporteur there at the back who have been taking down your notes, so we're going to put them together. Perhaps those that we could not resolve here, we will come back next year and tell you we have resolved it. We're going to give, or we're going to account for this particular program. It's a waste of time, because yes, last year, what we did was to go back to the drawing board, try to sieve out try to come out with a communique, which we now implemented. So this particular year will not be different. We're going to do the same thing. So in all, I want to thank, who again? My friend, who delivered papers here, Dr. Stephen Adego. Yeah, we thank you so much for your lecture today. The lecture, the paper was so impactful. So, who speaker again? Our learned SAN, Dr. Emeka. You know, Dr. Emeka, I'm very sorry, you should have even been the first person he moderated very well. He has been doing a lot of things for us. He has been organizing so many things, and he's very, very good at it. Today, he has shown to us that, yes, he's up to the task. Thank you for your moderation, and we hope next year you will join us again. I want to especially thank all the legal advisors and the counsel from the oil and gas company. I can't continue to mention your name. I can see I've listened to your contributions. I've listened to your recommendations. I've listened to your constructive criticisms. And it has actually brought our knowledge of the industry into a very sharper focus. And it has enlightened us very well. We will go back also as well we'll go back, look at it, and then come back next year for a solution to all the problems we have raised. In all, I want to thank you, and I wish you successful journey back home. Some have come from Lagos, Port Harcourt, Owerri, and all that. So we wish you fly back to your again. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, and safe depart.
Thank you, Dr. Tolorunse. We're taking your word that you're bringing us back next year. So 4.0, please, we'll be communicating the dates soon so that we can go and mark our calendars for the NMDPRA General Counsel and Legal Advisors Forum 4.0. And on that note, I add my own thank you. Thank you very much for being a very engaging, interactive audience. My name is Isabella Adediji, and it's truly been my honor to have served as your Master of Ceremonies. Lunch is now served, but it will be served at the Wazobia Hall. So once you exit the hall, you see a member of the hotel staff who will direct you to the Wazobia Hall, and we can keep the conversations going during lunch. Once again, thank you very much, and journey mercies to your various destinations. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.